Illinois Public Meetings Act and laws of 1975. The public has been notified that the planning board will meet on March 4th, 2015 at 6:30 p.m. in the town hall. Middletown Planning Board notified the Edinburgh by press, the Independent, the Star Ledger, and the Two River Times on December 4th, 2014. Notice the meeting was filed in the township clerk and posted in town hall on December 4th, 2014. All notification of this meeting was given pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Act at least 48 hours prior to this meeting. Roll call.
Mrs. Carroll? Here. Mr. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Cordell?
Here.
Mr. Murray? Mr. Brenner?
Here.
Mr. Ratchford? Mr. Sotino?
Here.
Mr. Sheehan? Mr. Will?
Here. Please rise to salute the flag.
United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Debbie, read the agenda, please.
Under administrative matters, we have the ambassadors, board rules,
Is the mic, please?
2012, New Jersey is withdrawn. Under old business, there's none. New business, 196 Fourth Avenue, that application has been withdrawn. And then we have on this evening, 2014, 216 Village 35.
Okay, I need a motion for approval of minutes from February 18th, 2015. All in favor? Aye. So moved. Approval of resolutions. Debbie, we have 5 of them.
First one is 2012-207 American Properties, it's an approval for a major site plan.
Okay, there are 3 changes from the time when you got it to today. One, there were comments by Mr. Hoder that I incorporated within the resolution, and I'm thinking about it, and when the applicant saw them, I think that I had to delete them. In paragraph 8, it talks about the status of Taylor Lane and straightening out the title. I don't know why I put that in there, but thinking about it, it's got to come out, because otherwise we're back in the same problem we had before about who owns Taylor Lane. That also, that similar language is in condition number 11 in the resolution, so I deleted that from the copy that I'm going to give to Debbie. Lastly, Mr. Hoder did raise an issue that was not in my prior resolution, that is, I'm adding a condition saying that Title 39, that's the law, that's the traffic statutes in the state of New Jersey, will be enforced within the development. Those are the 3 changes. I only made them today. I have a copy for Debbie, but the way I had it drafted before, we would be right back in the middle of trying to sort out who owns Taylor Lane. And since that's important, that's going to resolve itself, the judge this time, we don't have to. Thinking about it, I just instinctively put in the comments I got from Dave Hoder, then I looked at it and said,
So you're saying it's okay for us to approve the resolution with those changes?
those amendments, yes. With those changes, and I have that copy for Debbie, with those changes having already been made.
Okay.
Apologize for any confusion, it's a big application.
And a motion then?
Go ahead.
I move for approval with the amendments.
Second.
Mrs. Carroll? Yes. Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Cordell?
Yes.
Mr. Ratchford?
Yes.
Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
Mr. Will?
Yes.
Thank you. 2014-03 Westerberg is an approval for a minor subdivision. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Gaius.
Yes.
Mr. Cardell. Mr. Rathjen.
Yes.
Mr. Sedambrino.
Yes.
Mr. Shevitz.
Yes.
Mr. Wilkins.
Yes.
2014-202, short auto sales is a denial for a waiver of minor site plan. Motion, please.
So.
Second.
Mr. Gaius.
Yes, to deny.
Mr. Cardell.
Yes.
Mr. Rathjen.
Yes, to deny.
Mr. Sedambrino.
Yes.
Mr. Shevitz.
Yes.
Mr. Wilkins.
Yes.
2014-215, Oakdale Academy was an approval of a waiver of minor site plan for a tennis court. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Davis. Mr. Gaius.
Yes.
Mr. Cardell.
Yes.
Mr. Ostrander.
Yes.
Mr. Rathjen.
Yes.
Mr. Sedambrino.
Yes.
Mr. Shevitz.
Yes.
Mr. Wilkins.
Yes.
2013-208, 190 Main Street was an approval for a major site plan. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Davis.
Yes.
Mr. Gaius.
Yes.
Mr. Cardell.
Yes.
Mr. Ostrander.
Yes.
Mr. Rathjen.
Yes.
Mr. Sedambrino.
Yes.
Mr. Shevitz.
Yes.
Mr. Wilkins.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is an open meeting to the public. Is there anything not on the agenda that the public would like to bring before us this evening? Okay, so we move on to payment of vouchers. Administrative matters, payment of vouchers tomorrow.
I reviewed the vouchers for this meeting, March 4th, 2015. For James Gorman, $1,000. For T&M Associates, $4,485. And for the planning board, $1,767. Total $7,252 for the period. So make a motion to accept.
Second. All in favor? Aye. So moved. Okay, that brings us to planning board rules.
There were some changes that were floated around for a month or two. Everybody's got a chance to look at them. And accept the changes or wait another month.
Could you review
Does
it?
anybody remember what the changes were?
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're going to wait a month.
All right, okay.
And
All right.
float it out.
You haven't? He hasn't, but he just reported. That's it. It's reading.
One was for 1:3-7, the time limitations. The board shall be under no obligation to consider new matters after 10 p.m. and will take no new testimony beyond 10:30 p.m. The meeting shall adjourn no later than 11 p.m. This rule may be waived by the board in its discretion by a decision of the board made at 10 p.m. at the meeting on whether to adjourn the meeting by 11 p.m. or continue for a specified time. And the other was,
In addition to the last sentence.
yes, 2:4-2, the transcripts shall A, the duplicate recording shall A, is missing. Just the word shall is missing.
Make a motion that we accept the new rules addendum.
If you don't mind, can you read that, can I see that last sentence again? I just want to make sure we don't get locked in. My only concern with that, with the additional sentence, it may be waived by the board in its discretion by a decision of the board at 10 p.m. on whether to go past 11. So,
Shall we wait another month?
I mean, I'm just saying that if you can do that, that's fine, but that's what I mean, I don't think it ever is going to come up really in a hearing where somebody's going to start saying, wait, you didn't say at 10, you're going to go past 11, but if it does, we've had some pretty contentious hearings along the way. I don't know, is that the intent that? But here's what, the issue is that we don't know at 10 o'clock that we have to go past 11.
Necessary.
Necessarily. Yeah. You might have a feeling that you might be going past 11, but you're not going to, you might not know that at 10.
Well, the motivation, I know we, in the past, especially with Trinity Hall, what we've done is we've taken an assessment. I know John's taken an assessment at a certain time to see how much more should we go.
Use the microphone, please. It's hard to hear.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I know that in the past, especially like with Trinity Hall, when we had a lot on the plate, at a certain point in time, late in the evening, we would take an assessment of where we're at, and should we continue with the testimony about this person, or should we stop and pick up at the next meeting? That was the purpose of that statement.
That's why I asked.
And it also, it helps the audience also to know how much longer we're going to go, whether they continue to hold on.
So here, it requires an assessment at 10 o'clock.
How long are we going to go?
Well, no, it doesn't, what it doesn't say is how long we're going to go. It just says we're going past 10, past 11. We could, theoretically, we should be sitting here at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'm not sure that this amendment does anything that we weren't already capable of doing.
The chairman can close the meeting whenever you want, and that's what we have been doing.
The reason.
The reason, but we don't want to go to 1 o'clock in the morning, we've done some of those.
But you're going to look back and say there were reasons.
That's right. Was to finish something up and be done with it. God knows how many years, et cetera.
I can read what's in the rules now.
Go ahead.
The board shall be under no obligation to consider new matters after 10:30 p.m. and will take no new testimony beyond 11 p.m. This rule may be waived by the board in its discretion.
So the new one really moves it back a half hour.
But the last sentence is good.
One sentence. Three sentences. I'll distribute it again, and you can read it again. We can add it
First
next.
and next meeting.
Next month. Okay.
Okay, carry it to the next.
All right.
Okay, that brings us to new business, 2014-216, Village 35 LP.
The applicant's setting up our affidavit publication, the affidavit service is in order. The board has
For the record, Mark Foley Cascio, the applicant, also for the record, we do believe that legal notice is in order. In terms of housekeeping, really in terms of the process, we envision 3 stages of this project. The GDP, subdivision, and finally, individual separate site plan applications. This hearing is only for the GDP, and we have noticed as such. As far as witnesses, we will have planning, engineering, traffic, and ownership reps. I'd like to call our first witness, and that is Paul Phillips, the applicant's planner. State your name for the record.
Paul Phillips.
Sir, that's going to go to the board, give the whole thing, another two something together.
I do.
Your business address, please?
Firm's Phillips, Price, Rockhill. Address is 33-41 Newark Street, Hoboken, New Jersey.
And your credentials, please, Mr. Phillips, for the board and the members of the public.
Mr. Phillips, you were here before.
I previously testified on a number of occasions before this board as a licensed professional planner.
Okay, we accept, board accept as a planner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what is your role in this project, Mr. Phillips?
I'm the planning consultant. My prime role was preparation of the fiscal impact analysis. That was one of the submission requirements for the general development plan. But I've also basically looked at the underlying zoning of the property in compliance with zoning, and I'm also familiar with the history of the property.
Let's make a presentation concerning those two critical points, if you would.
Sure. So, I guess the board members and the public are somewhat aware of the history of this particular property. It's gone through a number of different development proposals as well as litigation. I think back in 2003, there was an original proposal for this property that contemplated, I think, over 1 million square feet of commercial space together with residential uses. In 2009, there was a second proposal that was scaled back to about 600,000 square feet of commercial space, and I think about 500 dwelling units. And then the PD zoning, which is in place today, was actually an outgrowth of the settlement of litigation. And again, that was in 2009. And that litigation allowed the applicant to build up to 540 units and 625,000 square feet of commercial space. The GDP that's before you this evening is substantially less intense than the prior development proposals, and it is also well below what the PD zone now allows. And specifically, this proposed GDP is contemplating a total of 350 residential units and 400,000 square feet of commercial space. The applicant's also addressing the required 20% affordable housing set aside. 20% of the 350 units will be affordable. And you will hear, I believe, as the next witness, will talk about in more detail when he shows you the actual physical plans for the property, the programmatic breakdown of the uses and where. I think that's better covered by our site engineer. But the bottom line is that in my review of the GDP submission, it appears to meet PD zone requirements, which do require a mix of uses, residential, commercial, open space, and farmland. Again, you're going to hear the gory details from our site engineer who did those calculations, but based upon my review, that this GDP submission does meet those requirements. I will also say, based on the fiscal impact report that I prepared and submitted, that the proposal will indeed be a significant net revenue generator for the township. As I mentioned, I had prepared the document. Our analysis projected that the development would provide an annual net positive fiscal impact of over $1.8 million. And that $1.8 million is shared basically by the school district and the municipality. The other entity that receives tax benefits is the county, but the primary beneficiary is the school district. And then secondarily, it is the municipality of that $1.8 million annually. And that figure, by the way, is after deducting for the costs, basically for the municipality to service new residents of the development, new employees of the development, as well as the estimated school costs by children that would be generated by the development. By the way, just order of magnitude, you're talking about a better than $200 million new rateable to the township. I would also just add that our
I just want to point out the board, typically the board is not hearing economic analysis and tax benefits, but because it's one of the submission requirements within the general development plan statute that they submit this impact study.
Correct, Mr. Norman.
Understood, thank you.
And I'd just like to also point out that the analysis that we prepared was very conservative. There is one industry standard that's out there in terms of coming up with multipliers for number of residents and number of school children, and it's a study that was prepared by the Rutgers Center for Urban Policy Research back in 2006. It's entitled Who Lives in New Jersey? The problem is that 2006 study is based on 2000 census data, which is now probably over 15 years old. And what we have found based on my own work is that if you actually look at the multipliers from more recent residential developments, the number of school children in particular being generated is much less than the Rutgers multipliers, again, because we have data that is much more recent than 15 years ago. And we actually had the opportunity to look at some figures that your planning department had available for multifamily projects, I think dating back to 2005. And indeed, the per school children multiplier, actual empirical evidence from developments in the township is significantly lower than the Rutgers methodology that we used. It's really the only industry source until that is updated. And again, the issue with the Rutgers data is that demographics have changed. The numbers are outdated. They don't reflect recent trends, smaller household sizes, growth in single-person households, declining birth rate, people putting off marriage. Those are the kind of trends that have been occurring. We also just took a brief review of your recent demographic study that was done by the Board of Ed, and it appears that the general trend in the school district is declining in enrollments, which is not surprising. This is a trend that is occurring on a statewide basis. So I think there's actually every reason to believe that the numbers that we used in terms of the net positive fiscal impact to the municipality and the school district will actually be higher than what we projected, again, based on these more recent demographic trends.
That is all we have for this witness, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any, take that a choice, letting the public ask questions after each witness or waiting till the end?
You would rather do it now if that's...
You would rather do it now as well? Okay. Then we're
open to it.
We're in agreement that way because you have any number of witnesses here and things get lost. So, that said, is there anyone from the public that has questions of this witness on this testimony? Yes, sir.
Howard, great.
Yeah, all the way up.
Because invariably it lapses over into testimony, if you'll have your sworn in, if you don't mind. Please raise your right hand. Swear the testimony you're about to give to the board is truthful, truth, and nothing but the truth, so you got it?
Yes.
And your name again, sir?
Howard Green?
Recognizing this is for questions.
Correct. What is the multiplier you referred to a few times of what is estimated children per household?
The Rutgers, and we did it based on the split, the housing split, but on average, for Rutgers, it works out to about 0.28 per housing unit, whereas the numbers that we received, the empirical numbers for Middletown, I think was 0.16 of the 3 or 4 projects that they looked at back in 2005. So it's significantly higher, the multiplier, using Rutgers as opposed to local data.
So if you use 0.15 per household, you're talking very, very few children, which I just find that empirically hard to understand.
Well, I think there's 2 sources of data that we looked at. We went to the industry standard because that's an accepted methodology which everyone, other than myself who does fiscal impact, uses. But because I'm aware that those numbers are dated, I wanted to at least compare it to some other sources. And the source that we received was some studies that were done by the township in that intervening period, and it shows that the actual school children for comparable townhouse type projects was actually lower than the Rutgers.
If you had the same, approximately around numbers, a kid every 7 housing units, then it's awfully low.
Do you want to explain the study that we did?
Yeah, I was going to ask you.
Just explain. Everyone, no one ever thinks it's right, but we've done it twice now, and we're actually going to be doing it a 3rd time. But we're fortunate in Middletown in the sense that every one of our communities that has these townhouse or condominium type developments, they all happen to be in busing districts. In other words, the children who live in those are all bused. And so we're able to get from the school district the actual number of students entitled to busing, not who take the bus, because I know most kids don't take the bus, but it's actually who's entitled to busing in each school. In each school who live in a apartment, townhouse, or condominium development. And we've done the study twice now, and it's approximately 1.5, 1.6 school students, and that includes parochial school, by the way, per dwelling unit. And if you think about
I said 1.5, he said 1.1. I think
0.15, 0.16 in that range. When we did it twice, and if you think about it, if you look at the gross numbers, Middletown in the school system has about 10,000 students. We have 22,000 housing units in Middletown. So it's far less than one per household. I know everyone thinks it's one per household. That's if you include single families.
Right.
Single families include, single family houses tend to generate a few more school children than condominiums and townhouses do. So when you actually look at the townhouses and condos in town, that is the actual number of school children they generate. That's real numbers.
And the enrollment projections that we looked at from, I think, a 2013, 2014 study by the Board of Ed is actually showing and projecting declining enrollments almost across the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, over here.
If you could, and your name, please,
Margaret O'Brien.
and please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, God. And again, recognize this is for questions.
Yes. In total, between 50 to 60 children?
If that's about the number based on the multiplier that Mr. Mercantani just mentioned, based on the empirical studies of school children actual development in Middletown. When we did our analysis, we actually used the more conservative Rutgers figure, and I think the number came out to somewhere between 95 and 100, is that right?
So in the preschool to 5th grade, what school would they be assigned to?
That wasn't part of what our analysis was. We were simply trying to look at the fiscal impacts upon the municipality and the school district, as well as the county has a share of the tax rate. We did not get down to any level of attempting to indicate in which districts the students would be going, or do a distribution or projection by grade.
I'm assuming it would be Bayview or Village
You
School?
can't assume that, Nancy, that's part of the Board of Ed's job, is to figure out where.
Yeah, what happens is with new developments, the school district, and this happened with prior developments, when a new development comes along, even though it might be normally within the district of, say, Bayview or Bayshore, if the school district would prefer to send them to different schools because of the population of each school, they can district them to any school. Since they're going to get bused anyway, because of where they live, they're going to cross a major road or highway, they're going to be bused anyway. So the school district, it's not our decision, the school district will decide where to district the new students that come out of new development. They don't automatically go to the one that's necessarily the closest.
So how can we have an assurance that the classrooms aren't overcrowded due
Well,
to...
the school district has a policy in place about school class sizes for elementary school, middle school, and high school, and they won't go over those numbers, and if you hit those numbers, they add a class.
I do think that's a very good question, so to bring up at the board of that, given all the construction that's being proposed.
Anyone else in the public? Yes, sir.
Your name, sir?
Jonathan Quitt,
Spell your last name?
Q-U-I-T-T.
And please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And your address, please. I was remiss not asking the prior address.
24 Kennedy Court.
Middletown. So you cited revenue projections associated with the development and what it'll bring to municipality and the school board.
Correct.
My question is, how did you arrive at those revenue projections? Were they based on projected tax assessments for the individual units that you're speaking about? And if so, can you provide a range of what those assessments might be for individual units that will be for sale and for the commercial property?
Yes.
And also give us some sense as to what, if any, impact these assessments will have for the current assessments we have in Kings Landing.
I don't know, I didn't study the current assessments in Kings Landing, but I can answer, I think, the first several questions that you had. What we did is we worked initially with the developer on coming up with some estimates of what the projected sales prices would be of the residential units. And again, 80% of those units would be market rate, and basically they would sell for whatever the market would bear. 20% would be controlled because they would be COA units, and they're subject to statewide controls in terms of affordability. So they're much less in terms of value. And just to give you some order of magnitude, the town homes, we had market value ranges from about $470,000 to $530,000. The affordables are generally between about $100,000 to $150,000. And then we also spoke with the developer about the projections on the retail commercial component. Somewhere down the road, the tax assessor is ultimately going to look at what kind of income that the project generates. And we basically assumed an initial per square foot cost. We also kind of backed into the income approach using a projection net operating income, and then we capitalized that using a cap rate to bring that up to a present value. But just to give you an order of magnitude, the residential component in total with all units was over 140 million. And then I think the retail commercial component was just under 70 million. We added those figures together. We then applied the equalization ratio, which I think is in the 90%. It's close to 100%, but it's 90, and that brought it down slightly to just over, I think, 200 million as the total amount of the rateable. And then that rateable gets broken down by the tax rate. The school district takes the largest chunk, then the municipality and the county gets a share. Our concern was focusing on the municipal and the local school district portions. We applied those rates to the equalized assessed value, and we came up with net revenues that would be generated. That was the methodology.
Great, thank you. And welcome. May I ask one more question?
Sure.
And I don't know if you're the appropriate individual to direct this question to, but has there been a full environmental impact assessment prepared? That's not it.
You'll hear that from probably the next witness, or one of the following witnesses.
Anyone else for this? Yes, sir.
And your name and address, please, sir?
Ray Chandler, 17 Carrot Drive.
Did you put your last name, please?
Sure, it's a Giunta.
Swear testimony that we will do the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I'd like to ask, the first question would be, commercial use. Do we have any idea of what kind of commercial use and how many different units are going to be in there? Is it going to be big department stores? Will it be small units? Do you have any idea? Maybe that's not a good question, I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a breakdown in my report, but I think a witness from the representative of the applicant can probably give you better details about the respective tenant mix and so forth. But we have a breakdown of the 400,000 between freestanding major and inline. And then essentially we discussed that breakdown with the applicant to come up with a value, but it's probably better left for the applicants to answer your particular question.
The other question I have, I guess, is over to North Byron. I'd like to know how this is going to impact the fire departments in town. Are they going to add fire apparatus? What's going to happen if the apparatus?
It's not for this witness.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else? Next witness.
Mr. Bidmont, our engineer will testify. State your name for the record.
Your name and address, please.
Gerard Benamont,
Spell your last name.
Fitamant, with Langen Engineering. We're located at 619 River Drive, Elmwood Park, New Jersey.
Please very briefly, swear testimony about the words of truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Your credentials, please.
I'm a professional engineer licensed in the state of New Jersey, graduated from NJIT 1982, and I've testified on numerous occasions before planning boards and zoning boards in the state of New Jersey.
On these types of matters, I presume.
Yes. Yes, I have some handouts for the board to follow along with the testimony, and I'm not sure if that's the right place for my boards. Is that typical?
Yeah. So you'll get standing. I said, assuming it remains standing.
Now, before you start, these are reduced size copies of the documents that you're going to be putting up there?
Exactly. There are reduced size copies of the plans on file with the township, and in addition, there are some new exhibits that we'll be adding, and I will have them entered as exhibits as we progress with the testimony, if that's okay with the board.
Yeah, I just want to make it for housekeeping.
Yeah.
Typically, the board's not going to mark documents that are already part of the submission package. Just skimming through this, I can see some things are part of the submission package, and some other documents are going to be newer
Correct.
exhibits, right?
And so everything that is in the front end of the book, and I'll move right through to the last page, which is the phasing plan. So up is for the phasing plan, which I don't have page numbers on here, but that's the last plan of the submitted GDP set.
Can I make a suggestion? So the ones that are not part of the submittal set, we'll mark those as we get to them, but if they're part of the submittal set, just say blank sheet blank of, so that way we're not marking every one of these, but, all right, is that okay? So that way we're just going to mark the exhibits that are new for tonight, not part of the submittal set. But that's okay with everybody.
I'll let you know when we get the new exhibit.
And the other ones just refer to sheet numbers and things like that.
Okay. Is this on? Yeah. So the first sheet is the title sheet from the submitted plan set, and the sheet is entitled title sheet. And what this sheet shows is the existing zoning, PD zone. It also shows a breakdown of the zoning requirements. The site fronts Route 35. It's also got Kings Highway bounding the site to the north, and to the south is Kane's Lane. The site is located, as I mentioned, in the PD district, and as the planner testified, its history, settlement agreement resulted in zoning for PD zone. It consists of blocks Block 825, lots 53 to 57, 59 to 69.01, 72 to 78, and lot 81.
Very tough decision. You're afraid if you stand on this side.
Right. Apologize. Okay. So the lot area required for this district is 20 acres, 118.29 is provided. The open space requirement is 30%, we're providing greater than 30%. The maximum building height, 35 feet or 2.5 stories, we're providing that or less. For retail, office, commercial, 60 feet, 4 stories, we're less than that. Floor area ratio, 0.12, we're proposing 0.07. Maximum lot coverage is 50%, proposing much less than that. The details of the specifics of the site will be identified in a site plan at a future date for the purpose of the GDP. We certainly are not exceeding any of these thresholds. Minimum setbacks, 50 feet on an arterial road, 35 from the track boundary, 75 from single-family residence, and 12 feet from internal streets. We will comply with those or be less than those maximum. From structure of paved areas, 150 feet. Minimum buffer requirement will be greater than that. From a structure or paved area associated with office use, greater than 100 feet. Parking setbacks from our arterial or collector road, 60 feet is the maximum. The minimum rather, we propose greater than 60 feet. From the track boundary, 50 feet required. Greater than 50 feet will be provided, and from principal building, 6 feet, and 6 feet will be provided. So that's the general zoning criteria. As part of the GDP submission, we also had a land use plan. And the land use plan shows the breakdown. Basically, we have along Route 35, the commercial corridor, which is the retail and commercial corridor, commercial businesses. We've got inline and out parcels, roughly totaling less than 400,000 square feet is what's proposed. We have 350 residential units. The site is bifurcated by proposed connector road. And to the east of that connector road, we have a residential, 350 units, 280 are single family and 70 are multi-family. Next plan in the GDP set. Well, I guess I skipped over the existing conditions. I should share with you that. Existing conditions, someone had asked about the environmental impact assessment, and one was done and is on file with the township. But we have wetlands that are shown here. We've got an LOI that was on file with the DEP. That LOI is still valid until 2016, June of 2016. It shows the wetlands, isolated wetlands near Route 35, and wetlands located at the southeast corner of the site. Another GDP requirement is to have an open space. And as I mentioned, 30% open space. We've got open space that consists of all along Route 35. We've got basins, we've got wetlands, and we've got farm and wetlands located to the southeast of the site. So that indicates and takes hold of the open space on the site. There is a community facility plan element on that sheet. This is also part of the GDP set, entitled community facility plan. And this shows the proposed playgrounds. It shows a community building. This is all part of the residential, all part of the residential component. And the entire shopping center is basically a community destination, and you'll hear more, and you'll find testimony from the applicant on the quality and the proposed structures for the retail. Housing plan, or the original GDP set. The housing plan, HP-1, is showing 280 market rate homes, 70 affordable housing units. That satisfies the housing plan element of the GDP submission. There's a circulation plan that we also submitted. I'll briefly introduce that, but our traffic engineer will discuss the circulation elements. What we have is Kings Highway, which has been revised in terms of alignment. We've got Kings Lane, which was also revised to improve the access. We've got an interconnect road that bifurcates the site down the middle. So access to the site is from various access points along Route 35. Access to the residential will be off of Kings Highway as well as from the interconnect road. The pedestrian circulation, we identified that on the plan as well. So from the residential component, we have crosswalks across the interconnect, coming into the site, into the shopping center, and then we have sidewalks around the entire center for pedestrian access. Okay, so that is the GDP plan set. Now this is, we'll mark this as an exhibit. This is a new plan. We received comments from your planner and engineer.
You could read the title, please, into the record, the title of the document, please.
So, what shall I mark it as? A1. A1 is entitled Use Area Breakdown. So we received review from your planner and your engineer, and I want to briefly review the comments from your planner. We, by the way, for nearly all the comments, we agree and will comply. Much of the comments are in anticipation. Ultimately, a lot of the details need to be worked out in preliminary and final site plan approval process. But one of the questions was asking about lot coverage. And so this clarifies the lot coverage. So we're showing that in table entitled Use Area Breakdown.
Just so it's easier for the board to keep up with you here, you're on the planner's letter, page 3. Lot coverage would be 2B.
Yes.
Is that the comments you're referring to?
That is the comment, yes. That is the letter dated February 26, 2015. So comment 2B was lot coverage. A maximum of 50% is permitted. And so this shows the retail portion, the multifamily portion, the single family, and the farmland. And we have a breakdown of those percentages based on the PB zone. Office, the maximum percent of full development is 40%. There may be an ancillary component of office in the retail. We're not showing, that's not specifically relevant to this plan. What we're required to show is 3 uses. We've got the retail use. 50% is the maximum. and we're proposing 44%. The multifamily, 50% is the max. We're proposing 4%. Single family is 40% max. We're proposing 35%. Other uses we're not proposing, and then farmland, maximum is 100% on the site. We're proposing 17%. So we fall within the thresholds of PD zone.
Let me just clarify, I know some use the term lot coverage, it's not actually talking about lot coverage. What you normally think, when you're talking about site utilization, varies of the site, X percentage of the site is being used, it varies, so don't get confused that something is 40% lot coverage, 100% lot coverage. The site utilization breakdown to various uses.
Thank you. So that
I'm sorry, where's the farm?
farm is located along Kings Lane. This is an existing, that's the Azalino property that will be used as a farm, will continue to be used. It's got a single-family house on it today.
Is that going to be deed restricted? What would be the contemplation on? That would be obviously, would it be part of the homeowners association property?
It'll be subdivided unto itself, and those restrictions defer to the attorney as to the process, but whatever the board feels is appropriate, we're willing to comply.
I have a question. Will the retail area consist of any rentals above a retail store?
No.
Did you make a mark on that? You did?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And I think just for simplicity of storing the documents, the set that Debbie has, we'll just mark A1 on there and keep that, so we don't have to keep the big boards around.
Great. Right. So that was A1. Get to the next exhibit. Finish the GDP plan set. Actually, we're going to backtrack back to the GDP plan set. In that set, in the submission package, is the plan entitled Local Service and Utility Plan. It's another component of the GDP plan set that shows that we need to show that we have adequate utilities provided to the site. We have water, sewer, gas, and electric shown on the plan. Water distribution system, sanitary sewer system that will eventually tie to TOMSA. Now, there was a question, I believe, by your environmental commission regarding capacity of TOMSA, and we have studies and adequate capacity that does exist at TOMSA. However, there will be some modifications, off-site modifications, which we are willing to comply with, and we'll make the modifications necessary to allow for our connection. So that was the most significant concerns that are relative to the utility plan. And finally, stormwater, there's two more. Stormwater management. We look on our stormwater management plan, SW1, part of the original DEP plan set. We have done a preliminary assessment of the stormwater basins that will be required for complying with NJDEP stormwater rules and regs. We have individual stormwater detention system for the residential, which is separate. Ultimately, with a subdivision being the interconnect road subdividing the residential to the retail, we have a separate stormwater system for the residential and separate stormwater system for the retail. They will act independently of each other. And so you'll see stormwater basins scattered along the property where appropriate. course, the final design will be subject to site plan approval.
How would that responsibility break down for the stormwater maintenance, management, since you've got retail portion and then your residential? Can you talk on that, or is that for someone else?
Sure, well, the stormwater management for the residential will be an obligation of the residential community. Similarly, the same would be the responsibility of the owner of the shopping center for all of the stormwater basins on site. And finally, the phasing plan. Another obligation of the GDP plan requirements per MLUL, and this shows a phased approach to the project. Basically, after GDP, the process is subdivision and then site plan approval. In terms of phasing, our anticipation is that we would have the interconnect subdivision occur, the interconnect built, and then we're showing phase one as the residential component, followed by the retail component. We feel that that's the phasing that's likely to occur given the permitting process that we have to comply with regard to DOT, DEP, and others.
You're going to have 4 phases for the residential. There's phase 1, and then you've got...
There's a 1A and a 1B and a 1C, and the details of that phased approach will be identified at site plan approval, but we're showing that it may not be all built in one fell swoop, that there may be a phased approach to each of the components. The retail will be one single phase.
And could I just ask you maybe just to back up for just a moment? If I missed this, I apologize. We're doing a lot of shifting and paperwork here, but this connector road here from Kings Highway East on over here to Kings Lane,
Yes.
whose responsibility would that be? No removal, et cetera, et cetera?
That's a private road,
Private road?
built to town standards, but it will be a private road.
And whose responsibility would that be, retail versus the?
That would be a combined, I believe it may be residential, but it may be combined, shared maintenance of the road. But it's not town, it's a private road, it will be shared, and the distribution of which I'm not privy to, but it will be shared by both, by the developers of the site.
There would be an agreement between the parties to facilitate that.
Homeowners are going to know they're going to be responsible for that private road.
It'll be built into their, they will know.
Will there be signs restricting township trucks from using that to get to Kane's Lane, which probably would be good? Because
No, we don't anticipate not allowing the town to use that road. It will be open, it won't be gated. Our intention is not to have that gated roadway.
I'm asking the question about the maintenance, et cetera, is just, 370 homeowners find out they're responsible for that road. They're going to be down here at Town Hall, they'll take the road. We don't want it. How do we stop that?
There would be disclosures, of course. There would be disclosures to the homeowners.
Because we've had this problem in the past, Halloween, Tony, where, in effect, homeowners associations, what are you, crazy? This road is being used, it's a public road, you're not limiting access to only the homeowners, and yet they're going to be saddled with the full cost of this.
Well, once you open up to allow township vehicles to go through that road, you're going to open up the liability of the township that will be, people say that the township should be responsible for it.
However, it's around a shopping center, and I think working with other retail companies and in a shopping center, especially in the amount of you do have that road which is open to the public and everyone uses it. This is
But that's not about the shopping center.
Well, you got
Shopping
to,
center road, this is a shopping center
But
road.
the reality-
I'm hearing anyway.
that's what we don't know. If the shopping center going to be in charge of clearing that road, for instance, and just clearing snows and everything within the parking lot. Usually the shopping center takes care of those.
We'll present another witness that will
Okay.
provide additional information with additional specificity.
Okay.
Good.
Just to clarify, in townhouse and condominium developments, it's already the law. If the town is not doing the maintenance, it has to reimburse the homeowners association for the maintenance anyway. So when homeowners associations plow, there are certain standards in the law, and we have an agreement with virtually all condominium associations. And when they have to plow, they submit bills to us and we reimburse them. When they have to replace streetlights, they submit bills to us and we reimburse them. There's a whole statute that enforces that. So whether it's our street or not, we're going to wind up paying for those basic things anyway.
Which makes us wonder how the revenue number came out about the net revenue number, whether it included those things. It's not a question for you. We'll go back to
Further testimony.
Normally they do cover those in a fiscal impact analysis. It's pretty standard, it's been a long time.
it. Did? Okay, okay. If the issue though, sorry.
Back to the phasing plan.
Well, the questions are about the road, and the road shows us very well there. If that becomes a public road, it changes all setbacks.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
So, for sake of discussion, if it was 12 and a half feet, it becomes 25 or 35, or et cetera, et cetera. So I think the issue that is going to have to be dealt with early on is whose road is it? What road is it? Because we can't start with setbacks on any site plan if you don't know what the hell that road, and we've just gone through this with another Taylor Lane, et cetera. So I'm telling you, we're going to have to know what kind of road is this for sure. Otherwise, the board's going to be sitting here with either one of these phases going, how do we know if this is the appropriate?
We appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay.
And finally, the Environmental Commission had a comment letter as well. And that letter commented on the wetlands. And so this is exhibit, we'll call this 8-2. This would be the wetland drainage area impact. Okay, I'll label it as 8-2. And this exhibit was prepared in response to the concern of the wetlands recharge area. So this shows the existing recharge area to the wetlands. Again, these are isolated wetlands. Ultimately, anything we do with the wetlands is subject to NJDEP approval. It's their jurisdiction, and we will have to submit permit application to apply for what we're proposing to do in the ultimate stage. But the existing drainage area is 3.96 acres. And in the proposed scenario, we have 3.96 acres. So in the existing scenario, 3.96 acres drains into the wetlands. In the proposed condition, we're doing the same thing. We're doing that with taking the clean water from the roof runoff and tying that into the wetlands. So ultimately, our proposed plan is subject to DEP approval, but we feel confident we'll make the submission. We also have a wetlands expert with us tonight if there are any questions for him. That's our approach and our response to the concerns of the Environmental Commission. With that, we also have the engineer's letter, the engineer's review letter, which for the most part has all of the comments that would be related to the site plan approval process, and we are willing to comply with all those comments. And as I mentioned, it's mostly site plan related comments in that review letter. With that, that concludes my testimony on the GDP plan set. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Question.
Yes.
I just want to clarify the circulation plan is based on my reading correctly. Route 35, there will be 2 entrances into the retail area.
A minimum of 2. Let me pull out the circulation plan. So we'll start off at Kings Highway. Kings Highway, there'll be an entrance along Kings Highway. There'll be a front entrance. This would be the main entrance into the center off of Kings Highway.
No, that's Route 35.
35, sorry, thank you. We have another entrance. This would be a jug handle. There would be an entrance here as well. There would be an
Jug handle that by Woodland Drive,
yes.
you're saying when you go on that jug handle, you can go into the retail area?
We propose modifications to that jug handle, and we have a traffic expert that will provide testimony as for your specific questions, but that's a good point. He'll add some clarity to the access points and the issues. And then there's another entrance off of Kings Lane, and of course along the back, we have an entrance here off of the connector road to the south, towards the southern end of the site, and another one towards the northern end of the site. We have 2 curb cuts there as well.
Okay, so just to clarify, from Route 35 going north, you have 3 places that you could enter.
1, 2, and then off of Kings Highway.
Okay, that's what that was.
This is an adjusted Kings Highway on your plan.
It's a realigned Kings Highway, yes.
Is the old one still going to be there? Where it intersects currently with Route 35?
Excellent question. So if you look, I don't know if you can tell on those 11 by 17s, but we're proposing to maintain the existing right-of-way, okay? However, Kings Highway, and there is a separate lot here, a single-family residential house that will have the roadway maintained there. So if you look at Kings Highway, this will be realigned, and then we have a right turn in, and that will bring it back into the prior alignment. So if you notice right there, is where Kings Highway gets realigned, and then you make a right turn, and it goes back to its old alignment for continued access to those lots.
Is the old post office building, that was there, is that staying there or not? Is the bank as a corner?
The bank stays there. The old post office building, basically we're showing a new structure in its footprint, whether we maintain the old one or rebuild it, has yet to be determined in site plan approval process. But more testimony will be provided by our traffic expert.
So bottom line, the circulation plan, there's 2 ways in and out of 370 homes.
There are...
Here on Kings Highway,
There's 2 on the interconnect, right? 1 to the south, 1 to the north. And then there's another one on Kings Highway. That would be a boulevard type of entrance. And that would be located opposite the existing roadway there. I don't know what the name is.
Coming out of there, I want to go on 35 south.
from the residential, how do I get there?
Yeah, I'll defer that to the traffic. He won't have anything to talk about if I answer really the question.
Okay.
Just to clarify, on the, so there's two entrances off the connector road. Looks like there's only one entrance to the affordable housing section, and then there'll be one entrance to the townhouse area, and then another entrance coming over Kings Highway East, correct?
Correct.
You want to add a second entrance into the affordable housing area?
I'll leave that discussion up to the traffic engineer. If you would follow up with him, I think it'd be more appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the board? Anyone from the public? Yes, ma'am.
If you've already been sworn in, just give us your name for the record.
Margaret O'Brien. I don't know what the heating in this development is going to be, whether it's going to be gas or oil. But I do know there's a 5,000 ton limit on the roadway on Kings Highway East. So that presents a problem if you have oil trucks going up. I don't know what your heating specific is going to be.
We intend to use gas.
Gas. And the connecting road, will that be the delivery road for the retail complex?
The connector road will be the source of where the trucks enter the commercial.
So they're going to be entering from Kings Highway East?
They'll be entering from the interconnect, and whether that's from Kings Highway.
That's Kings Highway or Kingsway?
In all likelihood, it'll be mainly Kings Highway, but I'll let our traffic expert, you can ask him the specifics, but the entrance can be done on either roadway.
That presents a problem to the homeowners on that side of the street, especially with a tonnage limit on the roadway on Kings Highway.
Our traffic expert will be sure to answer that.
Yes, sir.
Again, just identify yourself, you're previously sworn in.
Yes, Jonathan Quibb. This is a big project. So my question is, what do you anticipate the time frame to be from when you start construction to when you see construction ending? Because I see, frankly, potentially years of disruption in our area. What's going to be done to mitigate the impact? Everything from access for construction vehicles, the consequence of operating construction vehicles on a regular basis, noise, traffic, etc. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
I will defer to the owner, and the owner is also the GC, basically will GC the project for the commercial portion, and I will defer to him on specifics, but in general, in terms of noise and construction, our objective is to get in there, do the work as quickly as possible, minimal disruption, of course, and have an operating center.
Yes, I understand that, but you do have a phased plan, so I'd really like to get some understanding, if possible, on how you see the phased plan implemented.
Until we have gone through the site plan approval process and the details of the permitting, the details of what you're asking for will reveal themselves during the course of that process. And you'll have an opportunity to come before the board and ask specifically maybe some timeframes, at which point we'll have a schedule and we'll be able to answer that in much more detail.
Also, you indicated that your primary entrance into the residential component of the proposed project is on Kings Highway East. It sort of looked to me like it was directly across, or close to directly across
We have
the entrance to King Landing. Is it?
We have a traffic expert that will detail that for you.
Okay.
Next one is that.
Well, in all fairness, this was discussed.
Yes.
So what are
The entrance is opposite, this entrance is opposite that driveway, that roadway right there.
Which is, that road is,
Kings Highway, so.
no, I know that's Kings Highway.
Yeah.
What is it opposite the development?
Kings Landing Road.
Kings Landing Road. Traffic engineer would know that.
I mean, you identified it, the man was just asking you where it
Yes.
was. I mean, yeah.
Anyone else, public? Yes, sir.
Could you give us your name and address, please?
Sure, Warren Houck, Houck, 41 Colony Drive.
Please raise your right hand, swear testimony about to be reported through the whole truth, yourself, you got it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
The large, are you relying on that large section in the upper right from what I'm looking at to help meet your open space requirements in the plan?
Well, we had an open space exhibit, and the open space, pull that out. So the open space exhibit does show the area that you were asking about. In addition to that, it's the perimeter where all the drainage basins and wetlands, and we have lawn areas and attractive frontage along 35 to complement the center.
This whole thing is one big PD zone?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I guess, so if you didn't have that one section up there, the density that you could build would be less, is that true?
Well, the entire tract was looked at, given the constraints, environmental constraints of the wetlands. So I'm sure all that had a role in deciding what the percentages were.
Is there any requirement that, I guess what I see a big tract of wetland that doesn't look like you could ever build on it anyways, and you're counting, and it doesn't really seem like it's connected with the rest of the development. It seems like you're using that to allow for some pretty dense building on the other section.
Again, obviously we can't build in the wetlands, and so this is where our opportunity exists, and as was mentioned by our planner, the density is much less than the settlement agreement.
How many acres is that one section up there, do you know?
I believe I have an exhibit here. This, I'll refer to the use area breakdown exhibit A1, which shows farmland of approximately 20.51 acres.
The whole thing's about 120 acres?
The whole tract is 119 acres, 18.292.
That's my question or comment. It seems like it's condensed into one section where, to me, I've always thought open space would be maybe more dispersed. And it seems like it's allowing you to get a lot more than maybe
We often agree with you, but there is land use law that states how and what you can do and define things up, except average things, etc. So this is not uncommon whatsoever for a parcel or a tract in this area.
Well, it seems like there's a little line on that one thing, and it was a different zone, and we would probably be talking about something a lot smaller.
Just to clarify some of the questions about the open space breakdown here. I know that the amount that you're providing in terms of the total acreage doesn't meet the requirement of the ordinance to provide 30% open space. It's just slightly over 30%. But our ordinance has a requirement that no more than 50% of open space provided in this manner can consist of things like wetlands, stormwater management, basins, steep slopes of 25% or greater. Are you able to quantify the amount of those constrained features that are within the open space that you're proposing?
I do not have an exhibit to provide that level of detail. I don't have that broken down here. I have the general areas, which again meets the overall requirement. But the specifics, I can get you the detail.
And in order to meet that overall requirement, we have to see the breakdown and know that that part of the.
I guess the question is, are you aware of the requirement, and does this plan, and you're, from what you know, I mean, we're not at the site plan level, but does this plan comply with that open space requirement?
Yes.
And you're aware that you only get credit for 50%, you can only use 50% of your open space can be wetlands, basins, and things like that?
Yes.
Okay, anyone else?
And again, the details of the site plans would be a further testament to complying with that requirement.
If you could, your name and address, please, sir.
David Hoff, 30 Carriage Drive.
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about the words of truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth. Truth, so help you God.
First, I have a follow-up to Mr. Howard's question. The portion on the upper right that is included in, I think it's phase one, and it's included in your numbers for the calculation of percentages. So you stated that you were going to subdivide and divest it. So after the divestiture, what would the percentages be?
You're gonna have to hold that mic up close to
Sorry,
your mouth.
after you stated that it was going to be divested. After that divestiture, what would the percentages be?
That would be detailed at subdivision or site plan level. I don't have that information.
Okay, and a separate question would be, you had the section on top and the section on the bottom said the residential counts the entire percentage for the residential percentage, and the retail counts the entire percentage for the retail percentage. So it's not on each individual above and below the access road, it's over the entire property.
Yes, that's how the original, that's how the PD zone was broken down.
Okay, so they're going to be
the entire tract.
Yeah.
And subdivision is what is necessary to facilitate the.
Yes. I just, when you divide it by a road, you're really dividing it into two different properties, and I was wondering what the percentages would be in each individual property. You know, that looks like mostly retail on the bottom, and mostly residential on the top, especially after you get rid of the wetlands.
Right.
So I was just wondering what those percentages would be in.
I don't have that information at this point, and that would be subject to final site plan approval, and those percentages could be revealed at that point, but this is in compliance with the GDP and the PD zone.
Calculated on the percentage of the total.
Correct.
And just a quick follow-up question on your basins.
Yes.
Sorry, separate question on the basins. Those would take the runoff from the retail going, the drainage is mostly north to south there. That would take the
Generally, the drainage is from towards
Route 35, yes. And then for the residential, which way would that go?
the residential is all tilted towards the wetlands, so and there's a basin located.
Yeah, there's an existing creek there that does have flooding impact. Is any that may be a question for the wetlands person, but what about the flooding impact for the residential areas behind it, adding to the water there? And then on Route 35, for the retail area, we already have severe flooding. We had severe flooding this winter that closed Route 35 for half a day. Has there been any assessment on the impact to flooding on Route 35 that we have in both the north and south areas?
We have not explored that in detail. However, I can tell you that the stormwater rules and regs require you to reduce the runoff, and so our peak runoff rates will be reduced. We're obligated to comply with DEP rules and regs for major site plan, major project such as this.
Yes, sir.
Ed Byrne, Colonial Square, BYRD.
Please raise your right hand. Swear testimony about giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I have a question about the upper right, the wetlands.
Yes.
Is that whole area that you have a light on, is that whole area wetlands?
No, it's just a finger that
Okay.
comes up.
So if I understand, you had said something that 50% of the open land, only 50% of it can be wetlands? Can be wetlands?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. It seems to me that you could maybe relieve some of the building and move it over to that area that's not wetland for building, and then leave a little relief as open land, which of course is not wetland, on Kings Highway. Why wouldn't we do that? Wouldn't that relieve some of the traffic coming down? It seems like you're saturated in one area with 50% of that area over there that could be used, and thus divert some of the traffic on Kane rather than everything going on Kings Highway.
I think that's a good point. We'll look at that. I'll have the traffic engineer also respond to that comment.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else? Next witness.
Thank you. Call Mr. Penke, please.
Please raise your right hand. Full name and address, please.
My name is Carl K. Penke, P as in Peter, E-H-N-K-E.
Your business address, please.
989 Lennox Drive, Lawrenceville, New Jersey.
Swear testimony about giving the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Your credentials, please.
Certainly. For the record, I am a registered professional engineer in the state of New Jersey, as well as several other states. My area of expertise is traffic engineering. I've been practicing in engineering for over 30 years. I am Vice President of Planning and Engineering and Environmental Services, and ready to prepare for planning bodies such as this throughout the state of New Jersey, including Middletown. So, thank you.
What is your role in this project, Mr. Penke?
My role in the project is to prepare traffic impact studies, provide input on access and circulation elements of the plan, and to process NJDOT permit for the project.
Please proceed.
Certainly, I think Mr. Piedmonte actually proceeded and discussed a lot of the circulation elements of the plan. We are here this evening on our general development plan, which is basically set to establish the general parameters of where our access is anticipated to be, circulation elements, connectivity to the adjacent roadway system. In bringing the plans to this level before the board, we've had the opportunity to do a little bit of homework, particularly with the New Jersey Department of Transportation, who will be a big player in this project as the frontage and primary traffic flow is to and from 35. To that end, we've had an opportunity to meet with the Department of Transportation with a pre-application conference. We've had the opportunity to submit preliminary information to them regarding the application, the density, the general traffic flow patterns that are anticipated, and we've actually filed with the Department of Transportation, similar to this process, a conceptual plan application depicting what was proposed on the GDP in order to obtain their feedback as to the direction we're going, so that when we do proceed to the next level for site plan application, we will have their input and certainly will then be able to start detailing the design elements in a lot more formal manner. With regard to the project funds 135, obviously. It's a fairly large frontage with a lot of opportunity to provide access to the site. There are a couple of existing challenging intersections. Woodland Drive is a substandard jug handle with a Kane's Lane coming in just at the decel lane, providing at a back angle skew, providing some safety concerns and issues at that location. We have some development within the infield that actually uses the jug handle for parking and loading, which also aggravates that situation. It is an outdated design that's creating and will continue to create difficulties. And up at Twin Brooks Road, we have a similar situation, an outdated intersection and design that is a bit confusing and unusual in terms of driver expectancy along Route 35. So with this project, we are taking the opportunity to not only look at and provide access to the property, but we're looking at opportunities to improve and to address some of those safety concerns and conditions as we advance this project through the municipality and the Department of Transportation. First, towards the southern end of the property, Kane's Lane provides a frontage at the southern boundary of the shopping center. We do anticipate providing connectivity to Kane's Lane from the shopping center, as well as via the connector road that bisects between the residential portion of the project and the residential portion of the project. To improve and enhance Kane's Lane, which also has an important function within the municipality, providing access to some of your facilities and used by the general public. We intend to start by realigning Kane's Lane within our property with dedication of right-of-way in order to provide a safer approach to and from Route 35. Today, the back pitches at an angle of about 80 degrees. We're going to bring that in at a standard 90 degrees with a proper right turn in, right turn out, bifurcating island in accordance with current DOT standards, improving the safety of that location. And then bringing that Kane's Lane into the site and back to its current alignment as we proceed through the site. Very integral to the development of the property is the connection that has been talked about between the residential and the commercial piece, connecting Kings Highway East with Kane's Lane. That connector road is intended to provide public access to Kane's Lane. That will allow municipal traffic to be able to access Kings Lane without traveling along Route 35, reducing impacts at Apple Farm Road to the south, where U-turns would need to be made, and eliminating or reducing the impacts of that traffic at Route 35. So there's a substantial benefit associated with that connection. It is also a connection that advances the tenets of the State Highway Access Code. So it's something that we know that the department encourages and will like about this particular project. Along Route 35, there would be basically 4 ways to enter the site from northbound 35. You would be able to make the right into Kings Lane and then enter the shopping center. As you proceed north on 35, we're proposing to reconfigure the jug handle by eliminating the near side substandard jug handle and taking it to a far side jug handle with improved queuing ability. That far side jug handle will also provide accessibility into the shopping center. So that will be the second way in northbound on Route 35. Central or towards the northern quarter of the project, we will have a full right turn in, right turn out driveway from Route 35 northbound that will provide a third point of ingress to the project from northbound Route 35. And lastly, if you miss all those 3 access opportunities, you will be able to turn right at Kings Highway East and access the shopping center. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Along Route 35 northbound, we anticipate, based upon our conversations with the department and current design standards, that we will be upgrading the frontage of Route 35, taking the narrow shoulder that's there today and widening it to current DOT standards in order to provide a safety enhancement along with 35. We also are contemplating improving transit service by creating, subject to transit's agreement, potential for a bus pullout, and all of that would be linked with sidewalk connections along the frontage, which will lead ultimately into the site. So there's a pedestrian component to this project also, which is as important as the traffic component. So as we move to the northern end of the project, the most substantial element of access improvements is at Kings Highway East, opposite Twin Brooks Road. Today, we have a northbound near side jump handle that is very short. It is striped as 2 lanes, but it has very little queuing ability. It has driveways connected to it, and we have a substantial cut-through pattern from Kings Highway East through a private property to access that jump handle. And then we have a English couple style intersection running on a 2-phase system with some very unusual movements that exist to accommodate cross traffic between the near side northbound jump handle and Twin Brooks Road. We are proposing to substantially reconstruct that intersection to a standard 4-way intersection by reconstructing Kings Highway East and realigning it to align opposite Twin Brooks Road. The signal would be completely modernized, reconstructed, with proper lane arrangements constructed through the intersection, and far side jump handles reconstructed to accommodate the proper flow of traffic through that intersection. It'll be a more driver-friendly intersection at the end of the development of that project, and that's under review by the Department of Transportation at this time. The small remaining section of Old Kings Highway East will remain. We'll tie it into the new alignment with an intersection so that the few properties that access that will still have access as they have today, enhanced by the ability to get to the new traffic signal. Kings Highway East will pretty much be reconstructed in its entirety along its site frontage, accommodating the level of traffic that will be anticipated to enter the site. Service delivery vehicles are, as is typical, to the rear courts of the anticipated retail tenants. There are several ways that service deliveries will be able to access those courts. They would be able to come in from the jug handle across from Woodland Drive and access or flow through the site to the rear. They would be able to come in through Kings Lane and to that roadway, or they would be able to come in from Kings Highway East. The pattern is basically to and from Route 35, all on roadway sections or on internal roadways that will be of sufficient design and carrying capacity to accommodate the service deliveries. There is no reason why any of those service deliveries would want to travel further to the east on Kings Highway East, given their orientation to the Route 35 corridor and their regional points of origin and destination. We anticipate a major access point along Kings Highway East to the shopping center, several access points from the connector road between Kings Highway East and Kings Lane to the shopping center, and as was discussed previously, a couple of points of access to the residential development from the connector road. I did hear the comment from the board about consideration of additional access. We'll bring that back to the developer of the residential development to consider that comment. And then lastly, I think there was a question about the alignment. We are looking at properly aligning the access to the residential component with residential streets across the way. That is done to provide for safe points of access with aligned streets. And the alignment that's shown on this is opposite Kings Landing Road, as was requested. It's a boulevard access, it creates a 4-way intersection, and that creates for a safe operation and is consistent with what is suggested and recommended by the residential site improvement standards as you design residential communities. And I think that summarizes where we are to date and the general elements that we anticipate progressing from more detailed design. When we get the site plan, there will be full traffic studies completed, We certainly anticipate that we will have by then some feedback from the Department of Transportation as to this plan, and any adjustments we may need to make to that plan, and that will be processed and made all available to the board as they consider detailed site plan approvals. The only other thing I would like to discuss with the board this evening is with regard to the Department of Transportation. As you are aware, they do have a very exacting process that we need to go through. It is all promulgated in the State Highway Access Code that was adopted in 1992. That code establishes what type of access we can have, the design of the access, spacing of that access, and the operational criteria that we need to achieve when we are designing new access or aiding traffic to a roadway system. And they are very tight in terms of what you're able to do in terms of any impacts or reductions in carrying capacities on the roadway. So what we have anticipated and submitted to the department, we believe meets their code criteria and mitigates the traffic to their requirements, which is a very substantial undertaking with this project and is a key element of this project. Sure.
For people coming from the north, coming down Route 35.
Correct.
Who want to enter the retail space there or who live in one of the townhouses, how do you envision them getting into there?
So the reconstruction of realignment of Kings Highway East and reconstruction of that intersection includes a reconstruction of the far side jug handle that exists on the southbound side of Route 35. That loop road will provide the southbound approach to come across Route 35 and enter the shopping center or return to the residential neighborhood. Returning back to the north, you would either be able to exit directly onto Route 35 if you're leaving the shopping center or onto Kings Highway. If you're in the residential development, you could come out to Kings Lane or you could come out to Kings Highway and continue north. And while I'm on it, I believe there was a question on how if the residential could get to southbound Route 35. To get into southbound Route 35 from the residential development, you would either come out Kings Highway East, travel along the realigned section, and make a direct left at the revised signal onto Route 35 southbound, or you could come out to Kings Lane and come to the signal at across from Woodland, make the left there, and continue south on Route 35. So it is a substantial improvement in the accessibility to Route 35 that makes this project work.
So if they're coming from the north and they miss that first jump down, where's the next point?
The next point would be Apple Farm. You would need to, as if you go to Kings Lane, you would need to go down to Apple Farm, use the middle handle. That's not correct.
You said you were to redesign that jug handle, so you're talking about, I mean, because as you, I don't know how familiar you are with it, it gets pretty backed up now.
Right.
So when you say you're going to redesign it, we're talking extra lanes?
Yes. We're anticipating significant widening on both approaches, a multi-phase traffic signal, and widening or expansion of the far side loop. It's interesting the way this intersection was designed when it was originally designed to handle cross traffic across Route 35. To cross the Twin Brooks Road, basically expected to make the left, come into the jug handle, come around and make a left onto Twin Brooks Road. And to do that, they had constructed that near side right turn lane, which is a ramp, which is very little utilized and actually is non-functional for the most part. So that lane would be taken out and we would be widening the loop ramp onto that lane since it's no longer needed. So we take that extra space to create more stacking and more distance.
The issue still is that's a failing intersection with judgment, because currently, without what you're going to have, in order for people to get into the residential portion and or the shopping center itself, it's the fact that that now services all of that shopping center on this side of the highway, if you will, plus all of the residential area behind the shopping center and all the way back into Twin Brooks, etc. So in any busy time of the day, that judging is a nightmare.
And we understand that.
And you're going to add a whole new set of traffic, trying to get to two new major things. One, the housing component of this, and secondly, it literally is the only way into the shopping center. So,
Right, so, which is why, as I said, this is a significant component of the project. It is a substantial reconstruction, addition of lanes on the side street and storage areas, and complete modernization of the traffic signal and reordering of the function of the traffic signal. And what the Department of Transportation will require us to do is, to at minimum, maintain what's there, but at best we can is improve what's there. And that's what we're anticipating will result is an improvement in the operation at that location.
Well, one thing that happens today in reality, to avoid congestion, as John mentioned, is that a lot of people are using the garden center as a cut-through, rather than going through all of the different job counties. So that's going to put more pressure on the garden center, which currently isn't being used. That's a big cut-through area.
or Liberty Travel.
Liberty Travel's another one.
Yeah. Or the Dunkin' Donuts.
You can't touch the Liberty Travel.
Yeah, you can cut the Liberty Travel.
I've done all three.
Yeah, that would have to definitely be addressed significantly.
We anticipate doing.
Because you're just looking at, you got 350 units, you figure at a minimum of one per unit, one car. You're gonna have a lot of retail space, people working there, you're talking 500, 600, 700 cars probably in the span of the day, potentially.
Yeah, and
And that can't handle the traffic that's there now.
that's right. That's why it is being reconstructed. This project will be ready in that space.
You said fully activated intersection. Do you expect there to be full left turn phases, separate phases for left turn movements at both of the new entrances from 35?
Yeah, both these signals will be brand reconstructed signals. The final phasing and timing will have to be worked out with the department. We're anticipating this to be a three-phase traffic signal, and I believe a three-phase traffic signal that will.
May I ask, your plan there, the expanded jug handles, do they require any condemnation or taking or agreements with other property owners, or is it all within existing right of way?
There are some adjoining properties to the project that the owners in conversations with, that we look to enhance their access and circulation elements as part of this. But in terms of off-site, across the street, all of it is being done within right of way.
Can I go? You showed traffic exiting from the residential down Kings Lane and go onto the highway. You had them going back and do the shop.
You would come back into the shopping center and access your way out to the signal, which would be publicly available.
That's what I was going to ask. How is that publicly available?
Generally, in these types of situations.
I mean, I know, I got a ticket one time cut through the shop. Yeah, not for nothing, but, you know. I mean, no, you can't do that. I mean, you can't cut through a shopping center to avoid lights and stuff. I know.
So when we approach design in this manner, what we've done in the past with the Department of Transportation, when we're using on-site circulation elements to enhance the public circulation elements, it's done with two mechanisms. It's done with a jurisdictional agreement with the Department of Transportation that sets jurisdiction, maintenance, ownership between the parties, and it's also supplemented generally by public easements being granted as part of site plan approval applications.
So that would be an integral part of the intersection. Would it be under NJDOT control?
Generally, what we would envision is that we may grant DOT control of the jug handle and approach elements to the traffic signal, keep the rest so that we can maintain it, and probably do a better job snow plowing it than the department will do, and work out any interaction with the rest. But That's a
I
detail.
just think that raises the issue as to whether or not that portion of your internal driveway should be a public road or not.
You know, whether it's a public road or a private road with a public easement, similar to the connector road, is, you know, subject to discussion.
Would realign Kings Highway through this property be a public road?
That we anticipate would be a public road. We would basically grant a right-of-way for Kings Highway East to create the realignment, because that is a public road and a continuation of an existing public road. Similarly, with Kings Lane, the realignment of Kings Lane through the site, as we forward to properly approach Route 35, would be done by granting right-of-way.
Right. I mean, I'm just saying, from a legal, just looking at the legal, I don't care how they get in and out. We're talking about going over private property on a public intersection, basically. I mean, it's only going to function that way if there are public rights over it, and then who's plowing it, who's maintaining it, if there's potholes, we just have to straighten that out. I guess that's an issue that can be left till site plan, but it's just something
One of
that...
the other related issues to that is, and we've seen this on other large developments we've done in township, and certainly makes sense in this one, is Title 79 ordinance for the entire site, so that the township can enforce traffic controls within the shopping center, maybe not within the residential development, although that can be discussed, but certainly within the commercial portion, so the police can actually enforce things like stop signs and turning movements, so that, because it's so large and it does have this component of being intertwined with the jug handle and the DOT system, we're going to need to have some enforcement ability there. And we have it in most of the major shopping centers in town now.
Movement again, I'm exiting the residential, and I want to go, Kings Highway, I'm sorry, I want to go 35 north. What do you think I'm going to do?
Well, heading to 35 north, the predominant movement will probably be from the townhomes, a left onto Kings Highway East, out to Route 35 for a right turn, and then north. If you're toward the back end, you might find it.
Okay, but let's stick with just the other end, is what keeps me from going down the old Kings Highway?
Nothing. You could do that as an option. We expect that this intersection will be operating with sufficient capacities that it will be actually more attractive, but there's really no reason why you couldn't go down the old alignment.
Well, there's no lights on there, so it's not going to hold me up at all. If I actually want to go on this jug handle, for instance, to get to this building, or to go up to High School North, I really want to be over there.
You would have two options. And that's what this is all about from a design standpoint. We're looking to enhance the options for travel to and from this property so that the traffic quickly dissipates and mitigate any point loads of impact. And that's really where this design is going, is to create the opportunities for people to choose different paths based upon where they want to go and how comfortable they want on their route.
So this proposal is not addressing the current jug handle, if you will, to get over here from 35 north.
The Tyndall Road, Kings Highway West, now there is no improvements proposed that are anticipated as a result of our conversations.
That's going to be dicey.
I have a question. On lot 58, in the corner where you have the bank, then you're going to have an entrance on the jug handle to that bank, I would presume. You can see where they're lined. I think they have 5 or 6 stalls there for banking.
Yeah, there would be no access from, this jug handle would be a current jug handle with DOT standards. This would probably be dedicated to DOT, and there would be no access from the jug handle. That's exactly what we want to try to eliminate, as is occurring down at the Woodland Drive jug handle. So there would be no access, there would be reconfiguration of the circulation elements at that location.
For that bank, yeah.
That's correct.
Anyone else on the board?
I just want to read another development, Kings Highway East, taking the old road, trying to get onto 35 North, and they want to be in that left lane once they pass Tyndall, and then you've got people traveling that want to get onto Tyndall. There's just that short, very small area where there's going to be some crossover going on. It exists now. I know you kind of stepped outside of your project area with the jug handles on Route 35 at Woodland and the Apple, excuse me, yeah, thank you, and Twin Brooks area. I mean, I don't know how far, maybe this is a question kind of out loud, how far can you step outside of a project to adjust something, just because the project is going to impact, the elbows got connected to whatever. How far can you come outside of a project to make an adjustment in Tyndall Road?
Well, the Department of Transportation really sets in terms of impacts on 35, the studies on Route 35, and the access code is very definitive as to intersections that we need to study based upon the level of traffic that we had, and we've worked that out with the department. That intersection is a study intersection with the department. The information is being provided to the department for their consideration. We believe that what we're doing at this location will actually provide some potential to ameliorate that leaving section that you're describing. But that's obviously subject to the department's review and confirmation that what we believe is happening is something that they believe will occur.
The DOT probably have to check that most accidents occur actually on the north side of the BP station, either coming out of the BP station, not looking to the right. So most of the accidents have occurred, or the Dunkin' Donuts.
And we have an unusual condition. I mean, this whole section of Route 35, which we're trying to address and clean up, has some unusual conditions with the median development. There's not many places in the city that unfortunately have that type of design, but that is a condition that exists that impacts us as well as the municipality and the community as a whole.
So are you saying, just to clarify, that there is a study or they're looking, the state is looking at the Tyndall intersection right along there?
They have information that's part of the concept application that we provided, and their job is to review that and provide guidance back to us as to what they're going to require.
And it could include
Just so I know the words, if the DOT decides that there's an impact on Tyndall and needs improvements, they'll make them do it.
Correct.
Would that also apply going on the south on here?
It also includes intersections to the south. We don't anticipate that there are impacts down there that haven't been mitigated or can't be mitigated by adjustments to the signals. But again, the Department of Transportation needs to confirm that.
Anyone else on the board?
Yeah, just the main entrance on Kings Highway East to the residential section. That road going to be widened with a dedicated left turn lane if you were traveling from Columbia Road?
On Kings Highway East?
Yes.
I don't believe we've looked at the level of detail of that yet. I think that's something for discussion with your board professionals during the site plan.
Because the township trucks are going to be coming down that way and making a left. The traffic from the direction coming 35, you're going to have some backup traffic. If you have the interest in Kings Landing, and there's another car that's right next door to that.
Could you repeat that, please?
At certain times of the day, you're going to have some traffic issues. Just to consider adding possibly a dedicated left turn lane because of township truck traffic.
Okay. Do you have anything else before I open it up?
No, that's where we are at this point in time.
Okay. All right, open to the public. Come on, you haven't been up here.
He's living here with me.
Will you grab the mic?
Sure.
And your name and address, please.
It's Gordon Frederick.
Sir?
Gordon Frederick. F-R-D-E-R-I-C-K. Colonial Square.
Swear to tell the truth?
I do. Swear to tell the truth. Yes, I do. And you're very good man. In terms of the traffic on East Kings Highway, as someone was alluding to before, it looks like they're getting another 500 to 700 cars a day. And that's not even including the amount of parking spaces that you're going to have for 400,000 commercial square feet. That road now is never in very good condition. As you're realigning it, are you going to be making improvements to the rest of the road as you go up towards King's Landing, etc.? Because if you look right now, I think it's Knollwood is the apartments. At that corner, which I assume is somewhere where your interconnecting road is going to intersect with East Kings Highway, across from the apartments. That area of the road is severely affected by erosion, or else it's just where the road, where it's caving in by all the sewers and such. So I'm assuming that you're just going to have to make improvements all the way up. Is that something that's in your plan?
So we know that we are definitely reconstructing Kings Highway, at least along the entire shopping center frontage, because we're realigning.
Which takes it all the way up to Knollwood Gardens.
It takes it up to the Knollwood Gardens. With regard to the remaining portion of it, that actually is a detail that is addressed at site plan in terms of requirements for whether it needs to be widening, sidewalk, drainage improvements, resurfacing. Those are elements that are generally
part of the site plan, which we've been hearing about all night long.
That's correct.
But in other words, that would be a township maintenance issue, because the township will be responsible for maintaining any sort of improvements that are going to be made as you move up the road.
The road is a public road.
Sure.
So ongoing maintenance, yes, as it currently is, it will remain in the same jurisdiction of maintenance. What gets improved in terms of improvements along that road associated with the access connection of utilities, and requirements of that site plan is all details that will be determined as part of that design process that we need to go through.
And for the 400,000 commercial square feet, how many parking spots are you allowing?
I don't have that number with me this evening. There is an ordinance requirement.
Yes, there is.
And we will meet the ordinance requirements.
I see. Thank you.
That's right next to the person.
Hey. Just state your name again so we know we can identify this, sir.
Ed Byrne. I'm sorry, your name again is?
My name is Carl Penny.
Carl. I have a couple of questions. Number one, you have on Route 35, near the old Kings, the current Kings Highway, you have a new area where people can do either or either, correct? They can come out to the light and make a right going north, and they opt to go straight like they do now and make a right at the stop sign.
They would come up, have to make a right, and then come up that whole road and make a right at the stop sign, correct?
So so you have actually two routes now making a right-hand turn.
Correct.
What is the distance between the new exit onto 35 and the current one on Kings Highway? What do you make that in footage?
That's probably about 400 feet, maybe more.
All right, so now you now have double people. Some people will say, "Oh, I'm not going to go at that light. I'm not going to wait for that. I'm going to go to the stop sign." Now you have everybody merging, going north at the same time from two areas, correct?
Well, at the traffic signal, you would be subject to the traffic signal and entering the Route 35 car out of control situation. The spacing of those intersections meet all safety requirements and standards by the department, so it wouldn't be any different than any of these supplemental driveways and streets that are on 35 all up and down the park.
Well, in the morning, that could be a little rough. You have people coming out of one area and making a right on 35, going north, and people coming out the stop sign and trying to beat that. And you got people making the left, coming out of Dunkin' Donuts, and you've got everything meeting there at that one spot.
Those elements exist, and they will continue to exist. We are looking to improve what we can improve to meet state regulations and to provide enhanced improvement. There are locations along this corridor where there are issues that we wish to be addressed. We're going to address what we can.
My last question is, this is quite an ambitious job with the roads and everything that you're doing with the jug handles, the lights and everything, and where the traffic flow is. It seems to me that these have to be in before store one for housewarming. Is that in the plan now? Who's the owner of that? Anybody? Should I talk to you about it, or who actually decides when you build store one and you house one? I think that all of these infrastructures need to be in first. I've seen areas where, yes, we're going to do it, and in the meantime, you now have all these problems before they get done, and they don't get done for 2 or 3 years.
So let me do my best to address that. There isn't a solid or clear answer yet because it goes back to the conversation that was had with the previous witness about scheduling, how long construction and so forth. The actual permission to start construction is subject to subsequent approvals that hopefully will be granted by this board at the time of subdivision and site plan. With regard to the shopping center, the development and operation of the shopping center is dependent upon all of this access being completed. So you could not build the shopping center while we're waiting for, and open it while we're waiting for approvals and construction of the Route 35 improvements. It could be possible that one of the first sub-phases or sections within the residential could be developed early on with access to Kings Highway because it is not dependent upon this function. But as it builds out in relation to the shopping center, all of these other improvements will come online at one time. They have to have the shopping center to open.
And who actually, is the board responsible for this now, saying that you can't build house one until Kings Highway, at least the Kings Highway part is done? Because if you're starting to build 200 houses and you still have the old Kings Highway with no access, like you're saying, this is all done, I believe, you're going to have quite a bit of problems there. And possibly accidents can occur.
Can I ask, if you built under DOT access roads, could the residential portion be built without getting DOT approval? So I think that's what he wants to know, who's going to control these improvements getting in and out.
Well, yeah.
Right, so my question is, can you build the residential without DOT access roads?
Yes.
So that residential portion can be built with no improvements to any of the intersections?
Subject to meeting all requirements of a site plan submission and your ordinances, yes.
Right. You wouldn't, I guess the point is, just, I don't want to beat a dead horse, you would not have to go to DOT for the residential portion.
The only thing we would need from DOT with regard to the entire tract, and it's part of our concept application and is actually the next step in this process, is the lot subdivision application. Because some of these properties run deep, and what we need to do, similar to what we need to do here, is consolidate the lots and subdivide them in two. But that is not an access permit process, that's a perfunctory application and permit by DOT that has nothing to do with...
They don't want you cutting off the back ends of properties.
They want to make sure that the frontage is maintained properly, but that's an application that is approved.
I mean, the gentleman raised a valid point. So you could wind up with perhaps all the residential and the commercial just never gets built, or it doesn't get built for a long period of time. So you wind up with the existing street network out there.
Theoretically, unless there's something else that I'm missing in your ordinances and in the zoning, if that is possible.
Without improvements on Kings Lane, without improvements on Kings Highway, without improvements to the Joe, just what we've got.
Obviously, we need to put forward
Site plan.
that application.
So site plan would be required, of course, Mr. Gorman, so you would have the benefit of that, those procedures.
I understand, but there would be no DOT Route 35 improvements. If just went with the residential. Well, that's what he's saying.
Well, no, I totally agree with that, and it's because we're speculating now, because DOT may not, the volume of traffic coming out onto Kings Highway East and going to the existing stop sign, maybe that existing stop sign, that configuration may be inadequate for that.
If the DOT wouldn't have a say in that. So the elements that the board would have control on is obviously the connecting road to Kings Lane as part of a site plan application, and frontage improvements along Kings Highway East and anything else that's typical to a typical application.
I think the problem, I think we have to identify the problem. I mean, I think the issue is that once there's a subdivision, it's no longer on the highway. And when it's no longer on the highway, you don't need DOT permits to develop that site. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, and it's really not, it's really not that exactly. I mean, I think there's only a small area that's 1 or 2 lots that extends back that would be sealed off on the back. So it's really not something that changes the control of DOT.
So, say it a different way, does DOT have any control over the residential portion?
Aside from... No,
because there's not highway access in it.
Public streets. Public streets can handle any additional traffic under DOT. There is no violation of the public street access.
But that doesn't mean there might not be need to improve those intersections.
That's a discussion with the municipality of site plan approval.
Right, but we would obviously, the DOT would be a guide for what improvements would be done to those intersections. It's their intersection. So they may not need specifically approval, but we would use DOT to determine the level of improvements we think are necessary to those intersections. So DOT is not, DOT is not out of it. Just because they build the residential portion alone.
But the issue would be that we would be saying.
Would be a DOT permit, yeah.
We would say, you need to make these improvements, you have to go to DOT.
The other thing is, I think one of the things that should be considered is requiring that the parallel access road be built with the first phase, whatever phase goes first. That should go with it, because that way at least you get that improvement, which minimizes the overall, even if it were built now, nothing was built, it would minimize the impacts on Route 35 because of people using it to get to Kings Lane and whatnot. So if that road is built with phase 1, whichever phase goes first, then at least you get an immediate benefit to the area plus whatever improvements are made.
There's an intent to be cooperative here, right? If you ask the questions, I have to answer them honestly. You theoretically could do it. The shopping center may actually be on a faster track than the residential. It is the driver of the real infrastructure cost, payment value and support on that. A residential development actually builds out at a slower pace based upon unit absorption, whereas the shopping center, as was indicated, is an all or nothing proposition that's before the board. So when it goes to construction, it's going to get done with the associated roadway system. So there's a couple of ways we can speculate things may play out. No one would have expected what happened 4 or 5 years ago when the law changed. But at this point in time, it looks like only bodies are probably on par moving forward pretty rapidly.
But I've got to look at it, if we're going to protect the board, I've got to look at the odd things that do happen.
Yeah. But that access road is important mainly for emergencies and for fire.
Yeah,
emergencies. I think that's an important area that should be considered no matter which one goes.
And I think that's part of the settlement agreement with the PUD, so that's something that would be related to a site plan approval by either parties.
But the gentleman's question is still valid, it hasn't been addressed. And as you answered honestly the questions, building anticipated the residential is in phase 1 and it starts and it sells and it moves along. And nothing is going on with the retail for whatever reason, whether it's the economy or whatever. There are no improvements. You've done everything on the current Kings Highway, and this intersection here, we've been discussing Timber Road and Dunkin' Donuts, etc. It would just be a joke.
If the board decided that Kings Highway should have another lane as a result of that development, so the board required. Yeah, it's like,
Here's the problem that we run into though. Just assume all residential gets built, no commercial gets built. And we say, we want that jug handle expanded to go to DOT. And DOT says no. We're stuck. Okay. I'm just saying these may be unlikely events, but it could happen.
Stuff happens.
The question with regard to GDP and the board's authority, specifically for phasing. When the board considers approving approval of the GDP, does that include designated phasing, one first and the other one second? And is the applicant required to hold to that phasing upon a vote of GDP?
You're right. We could, the board could dictate how this goes forward. I'm going to, so without paraphrasing, and we don't do GDPs often, so let me make sure I get it right out of the statute.
Because it would seem that if a condition of approval of the GDP was that the non-residential portion went first, and that then all the required improvements would need to be made prior to that happening, and we wouldn't be having this discussion.
There are two issues within the statute that address that. One is that the GDP could include a proposed timing schedule in the case of a planned development whose construction is contemplated over a period of years, blah, 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 to protect the interests of the public and of the residents who occupy any section of the planned development prior to the completion of the development in its entirety. So that, that is something within the statute. The other thing is that it's not required, but a municipal developer agreement or development agreement relating to the planned development can be required as well. So I think the board has the authority to say, hey, listen, if the residential comes in first, you can say, and we want this done. Whatever that may be, whatever may be appropriate. Improvements across the commercial portion may be appropriate, whether it's the realignment of Kings Lane or Kings Highway or whatever it may be. So I think you have that opportunity. I don't know.
I don't know if I do agree with that. There is some discretion, but those would typically be done at site plan. And in my view, my experience, and I've done them before, not recently, but there aren't that many around in New Jersey as we know, but those would typically, in my view, I think be site plan conditions relating to phasing. And or in the developer's agreement with respect to phasing.
Well, I guess the board, from what we're all discussing, and Tony, I think the board could properly say, if the residential came in for this first approvals, the board could say, okay, take that acute angle out of Kings Lane. The board could say, realign Kings Highway. And make that's what you have to do in order to get traffic in and out of that residential development. And go to DOT and get your approval for the expanded jug, things like that.
I agree. I think you can do all of that in conjunction with site plan for the residential portion. The other thing is that, first of all, we probably ought to hear from the developer, because he may know something about phasing that we don't know. Maybe commercial's going first, but we've never heard that part. But the other thing is making sure, I think, that the Carlo Road goes in with whatever phase goes with is important. But I think the site plan approval, you have a lot of discretion to require improvements, especially given that you know what is going to happen next door, what happens in 2 years from now or 5 years from now. You know something's going to happen there, so those improvements are going to be needed at some point.
My question is, you're coming in for a subdivision here next, and it's creating an effect, two properties. Where is it going to be decided, or how is it going to be decided, who pays for what in terms of the improvements?
Yeah, I think Mr. Orico, one of our witnesses, can speak to that with specificity.
Okay.
Who will be our next witness?
The other thing that in the GDP statute specifically references it, and that's the use of development agreement. Again, we don't always do those on developments, but on large developments where there's complex phases and complex road improvements, we can require that there be a development agreement between the township and the applicant. It really lays out upon certain things happening, these are the levels of improvement that have to be done. Outside of, because some of it is going to be sort of like common sense and logical to just do certain things at a certain time. And you don't need necessarily to deal with it at site plan approval, you can do it as a whole. That's the whole purpose of having the GDP process, is that you got to look at the big picture and the long-term impacts of it and how you deal with them. And it's a little different than the typical site plan. That's why we're doing this. And that's why the GDP statute specifically talks about doing development agreements.
We're on the same page. My concern would be that the residential developer comes in here and asks for the first approvals, and we say, you're going to do these we don't own it. Whoop, we can't straighten out Kings Lane. Whoops, we can't straighten out Kings Highway. Whoop, we can't do it. And they're gonna say, we don't control that portion of the site because there'll be a subdivision and separate owners at that point. I think we gotta avoid that, or at least condition any approval on looking at it as a whole again, not as in smaller parts that they divvy up.
Right, and I think you can put a condition in place that makes that clear. And the reason is because, keep in mind that the PE zoning contemplates a whole development. So even if they divide it, the requirements for open space apply to the whole site, okay? So the developer's agreement will apply to the whole site, because you get to utilize those standards as part of the whole development. So even once you subdivide it, one portion may not meet the open space requirement. That's not required. It's required that the whole PD zone meet that requirement. So it's the same thing would apply to things like off-site improvements, is that it's all one development. And if one treated as one development in one hand, then you have to treat it as one development on the other hand too.
And I think we're all saying the same thing, but I don't want to beat a dead horse, but if the commercial came in first, the back, even though they don't own the back anymore, we better make sure that that's going to be open space. So, you know, as a condition of the commercial development, it might require the owner of the back to dedicate that open space, or at least farmland preservation or whatever it may be, so we don't wind up with a lack of open space. I mean, so I just want to avoid, I think we're free, we want to avoid treating it in separate parts and having people shrug their shoulders and say, we can't do that. I think that's incumbent on whoever the potential purchasers of the site are to make sure that their agreements allow or require that there's this cooperation between the both owners as we will go forward. If the board doesn't want to hear about it, we can't do it.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
You could just identify yourself again, please.
Margaret O'Brien. You're talking about making an entrance which you're assuming that most people are going to use in the residential area coming out onto Kings Highway East.
Well, our frontage is along Kings Highway, the fronts on Kings Highway, similar to the communities across the street, so a major
And
access.
that's Kings Landing East, where there's 135 units and approximately 270 cars. Okay. So they come out and they make that turn, and there's no problem. Now, you're talking about having a four-way stop because it's,
Well, it would be two-way. You'd be stopped on the Kings Landing approach, and there'd be a stop sign on the new communities approach to Kings Highway East.
okay. There's a lot of traffic now coming out opposite each other, trying to make turns.
Well, it's a typical four-way intersection.
Four-way intersection, but east of there, northeast of there, there's a hill, and it's a blind hill. And you come up that hill, when you get to the top of the hill, you can't see anything, and it's only a matter of yards before you hit that, what you're gonna say is the major intersection for that. Somebody's coming over there 35, 40 miles per hour, they're not gonna be able to make that stop where you have all of this traffic for how many hundreds of cars coming out of there, plus 270 cars coming out of Kings Landing.
I appreciate that information. What will happen as we proceed to design, which then will be done on survey, and we start to look at design details, is two things. There'll be a detailed traffic study that will look at the operation of that intersection to make sure that we have the right lane arrangement and the right traffic control at that location. The other aspect of that that we will be doing as engineers is we will be checking sight lines along Kings Highway to make sure that we meet proper design sight lines, such as you just referenced, so that we know that we have a safe operating intersection. That will be done by the engineers for the project, submitted to the township for review. It'll be checked very carefully by the township's own engineer to ensure that they concur with what's been done. That is a design detail that has yet to be addressed and worked out, but I certainly prefer to be looking at that closer.
the major, I just want to make a comment, the major faux pas of this plan is that almost all the access is in a residential area, and you have very little access to what Keene's Lane is, mainly commercial along that whole street. If you go down that street all the way to the recycling center, the majority of it is all commercial. But you planned this whole development, pushed everything over to the residential side, and all of your access going in and out of the development, going in and out of the shopping area, is all on, we're absorbing. The whole residential community is absorbing all your traffic. When you could have pushed this whole thing over south, or at least some of the access, more of the access, and we wouldn't be having these problems.
I understand, and part of what controls the design, what we have to think through carefully, is the state highway and the Department of Transportation. There are 2 established signalized locations that are the opportunities to provide the major movements into and out of the site. The Department of Transportation would never consider a third connection of a traffic signal with proximity to the existing signals. So those are part of what comes into the design approach to the project, and as we look at establishing the bones of the circulation system that's established as part of the general circulation plan. The commercial traffic really is oriented to Route 35. We've established the access points to provide as much opportunity to connect in multiple ways to Route 35 at the signals and at intervening locations. The residential community, which is part of the adjacent residential communities, will have access as the existing residential communities do to Kings Highway East. And this is a
It just seems like the Commons, they provided access that doesn't impact the commercial area. You pull in and you go right to the back. And it's the same thing, residential area is behind the commercial area, but they provided access right over 35, you go through and go right back into that community.
Right there, you, yes.
Your address, please.
John Little, 29 Hopi Drive.
The last name, please.
Little, L-I-T-T-L-E.
Swear testimony about the report, truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I guess my question, and I'll just follow along with what the prior person was asking about. Is there any possibility to give more access to Kings Lane in terms of to encourage folks in the residential area to, maybe another road that, because Kings Lane basically is, I won't call it commercial, but it's definitely a lot less traffic than we have on Kings Highway East.
Well, we have great access to Kings Lane. It's a bisector road, which is a 30-foot wide roadway, provides a great connection to Kings Lane, and our connection to that roadway provides great connectivity to flow. This will not be a heavily traveled road, so it would be a very strong desire pattern for the residents to avoid Kings Highway and come through the Woodland Drive signal and through Kings Lane, as we've designed it to do. We've designed it so that traffic can dissipate in that direction. But there is an excellent connection to Kings Lane, both for the existing residents to get to the recycling center and so forth, as well as the new residents to dissipate to the various access locations.
Right, so there's 2 roads coming down to that access road? Like, in other words, if I'm living on the, I guess that's the northeast, upper left side? No, upper far, yeah. So if I'm there, right, do I have any sort of quick way of getting down to that road down to Kings Lane if I want to do that?
You could ride internally
Okay.
to the connection road. Similar to any internal community, you could do that, and you could connect out.
I mean, what we were saying is that, the way Kings Highway East is designed, it's hilly, it's a nice drive, but there are some hills there that present some challenges, and there is concern. I mean, there are developments across the other side, but right now they're only on one side, right? So now you have 2 sides. So, and there's 350 units going in there, so it's the one thing that's concerning is that the study, like you said, there's a study that needs to be done still. And, I go down Kings Highway East every day. That's my main access to 35. I live up a little further past these developments, so I have to go through all of these ways. And I'm just wondering, what happens if we find out that, what's the most work that can be done to the road to fix it? In other words, would they flatten it? Would they make another access point somewhere else? Because I'm concerned that at the end of the day, you say, oh, we come out and this doesn't seem to work right. Or later on, we find out, as we talked about, that there's congestion and more dangerous situations than we originally anticipated.
And that's the purpose of the more detailed site plan application. This is really just a flat plane layout at this point in time. The details of engineering and sight lines and access and berming and all of that stuff has yet to be even papered yet. It still needs to be worked out and needs to be submitted, reviewed, and the comments that you're raising in early sort of certainly going to be session points.
So the roads could drive the future of how this development is arranged, like we're talking about. It seems to be crowded towards Kings Highway East. And say there is not a solution that makes sense. Would there be any room to sort of change the way the design is because of the roads? Like what comes first, the roads or the development?
The answer to that is the development actually has changed and evolved over time. If you were here at the beginning and heard the history of the site, or had participated in the history of the site, you would have known that this was once considered for a much heavier development. The actual zoning that's in place at this point in time would permit quite a bit more development than this. What's being proposed is a development that makes sense in terms of the level of access. It's been married to the level of access, opportunities and circulation elements in order to create a project that will work for the community and will work for the investors and developers of the property.
And my other question, well, one of my other questions is the southbound access, right? We talked about the jug handle that has to be replaced. I don't see how someone coming south, like for example, if I'm coming back to Parkway, I need to get up Kings Highway East. That jug handle over there by, I don't know what you could possibly do to it. If people are coming into the center and they're coming from the south, they're definitely not going to pass it and go down farther to Woodland. They're all going to hit that one spot like we do now. And you said, yeah, it's a little messed up, but quite honestly, right now you have a liquor store there. That's all you have. So everyone's really making a left. Like there's no reason to have a light like you're proposing now to get to Spirit's liquor store. So I'm just wondering how that's even possible that the southbound traffic isn't going to be a total disaster. I can't. Maybe I'm obviously not an engineer like myself, but that jug handle can be made as big as you want. But if people are going into these stores here, and then we have also additional people trying to get Kings Highway East, I just don't know. How do we do that?
It's a function of the lane arrangement, it's a function of the signal operation, all of which is not going to look like anything that's there today.
Right.
Will be constructed to meet what the Department of Transportation will approve, and you will meet the criteria that they establish to maintain traffic flow. And they are, their mission is to protect the movement of the state highway system, and they will do that.
And the reason why I mention is because the folks on Kings Highway East, we have no other way to really get to where I am, right? I can't go down Tyndall. I have to go to that jug handle. I have no choice. So either I don't know where I have to go, but maybe New Mountain Road or whatnot. But it seems like that whole thing's gonna be jammed, and people who live there may never be able to get home on time. And that 35 is gonna be back all the way past Dunkin' Donuts and past down all here.
I respect that concern, and this may not.
But I guess I'm asking you, is that being considered like the reality of what might happen on 35?
It is considered, because as much as you're concerned as a resident here that needs to deal with that every day and live here, the developers of these properties, particularly the shopping center, for that investment to work, people need to get into that site. So the investment in the road system here isn't, it's there to make this work. It's there to get the traffic into the center, and as a result of that, we are dealing with issues that were there before us as we have to. So it is as important to us that those movements work as it is to you. We're the new people on the block, but we need to make this work, because if it doesn't work, then the center won't work.
And following up, this is one question. So in terms of that construction of 35 and that whole thing with Kings Highway East, how long do you anticipate that would take? Because that's also a concern that the amount of time it takes to fix those roads, and as I'm alluding to, I can't even envision how that would be fixed. But how long would you anticipate that being shut down? In other words, take alternative means down Sleepy Hollow or down East Road, I'm guessing.
Actually, the construction sequences on a project like this is pretty easy. The northbound widening of Route 35 would be done with just shoulder closings, so it shouldn't be and off-peak disruption, so it shouldn't be a big deal. The realignment of Kings Highway can be constructed without any disruption at all to continuing traffic. So, in looking at it, just a broad base here, traffic control on this project is probably going to be the easiest part of this project, and we will need to maintain traffic flow on the state highway. The road construction on a project like this, once it's approved for construction, is probably one long construction season, to be done within a year, March to the end of the year.
So it's with access.
With access. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Warren House. There's the old Kings Highway, and you're putting a new road in, right? How will they merge together? Will it be a light or a stop sign?
Basically, Old Kings Highway, if we're looking at the circulation plan, CP1, basically runs along on the left-hand side of the project here. Where we show this little gray hatched area here, that's existing Kings Highway. That would be removed, and we would take existing Old Kings Highway and then tee it into the new Kings Highway alignment. It would be simple stop sign control. So if you were coming from the bank, or for some reason you passed the jug handle and came up and made a right, you hit a stop sign, make a right or make a left. If you were coming from Kings Highway East, you would come up, slow down, make a right, and more left.
Is there an anticipation of any more signals any place, or is everything's going to be stop signs?
I believe stop signs, we need to take a little tighter look at the driveway connection to Kings Highway East, but I think we're finding that that's going to work okay. We do not anticipate any need for signals on the connector road, nor at the residential driveways.
Jonathan Quick, by the way, thank you very much for your work on this. First question, am I to understand that the developer is intending to assume the full burden of cost for all these proposed improvements to the roadways that you've outlined?
That would be correct.
Okay. Next question. Has there been a traffic study performed with respect to the real impact of what will occur on Kings Highways East? I've heard that you said that there'll be further study, but you've described all these roadway improvements and jug handles and issues with respect to Route 35, but I haven't heard you really give a candid assessment of what life is going to be like on what has been this nice country lane on Kings Highway East. I see lots of traffic, a heavy burden, far more than what we're used to dealing with. And I'm not talking just about the 500 cars that may be in the 300 unit residential development, but the school buses, the trucks, the sanitary services, et cetera, et cetera. You're talking about expanding that intersection into a four-way intersection, but you're not talking about a light, and yet there's a huge hill that you need to deal with. I'm expressing real concern to you and the board at this juncture that there's a lot left, in the way of questioning.
That's correct. There's a lot of work to be done. There is a lot of work to be done from an engineering standpoint in the process. This is still at the beginning of the process. It's actually a very early step. Traffic-wise, we provided information to the department that they require to consider an application, so it's been primarily focused on Route 35, so that we can get their feedback on this thing. When we get the site plan, we will be able to come to the board more informed as to where the department stands with regard to things within their jurisdiction. Kings Highway East is within the board's jurisdiction, so those discussions will be before the board and when their professionals, when they are provided and looking at the information that's detailed at that time.
Thank you so much.
Let me add to that, and correct me if I'm wrong, specifically with regard to the gentleman's question, for a traffic study, that will be done on a site plan, per site plan basis, but not at this time.
So typically, traffic studies are submitted to site plans. Correct.
That answer your question, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
That's also a concern when you split this in half. So when you split it in half, is that traffic study submitted to the residential portion of the law, or does it have to contemplate both the entire development? Right, that's the entire development.
And we also, if the board wants to look at a phase, first phase was residential, and then,
Michael Jones, 17 Garage Drive. A question was brought up before about that area that floods on both sides. There's all that creek that runs across. Is that going to be addressed in traffic study, or do they have to address that because there's going to be more flooding? Because that wasn't answered before. Run off into water that typically about 2 months ago that just flooded out. We couldn't go down there.
as was answered by the earlier witness this evening, with regard to impacts of water from the site, those will be controlled according with municipal and DEP regulations that will determine what will be reduced. With regard to the state highway system, any of the work we're doing on the state highway system is going to include where we're impacting it, evaluations of their drainage system, which is substandard or something that the department needs to do. That's going to become part of that project. And certainly any additional cases that we're adding similar to the site will need to both obtain and treat.
Is the board aware of that troubled area there? Is there something being done about that already? Is that addressed? Different issue?
That's in the historical data with the state.
Jerry Mahut, 29 Mahut, M-A-H-O-O-D, 29 Carriage Drive.
And please raise your right hand, swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but yourself about it.
Yes. You seem to, the intersection there from the housing development on the Kings Highway East up where it was, across from the other street, and you haven't really done a topological study, other than you said you'll worry about the site plan later. When you design where you put all of this housing, have you considered maybe moving that down the hill? Because coming over the top of that hill is, as has been mentioned before, there's no visibility. Now you're making a left turn into that thing, and the hill is a cutout into the hill also, so there is very little visibility. And do you change when you go to this later plan? Do you now site plan? Would you move that intersection rather than, like you say, you'll worry about it later?
Yeah, and please, it's not worry about it later. This is a process. So we will get to the detailed design engineering documents as part of the process when it needs to come before the board. So it's not a matter of worrying about later. We worry about that all the time as we start to move forward with planning for the project. But to answer your question simply, if there's a design condition out there that we can't address by repairing it or engineering around it, and it dictates that something should be shifted, then certainly the engineering team and the developers are going to need to consider that and work with the municipal representatives to determine if that's something that should be done. So as we go through that process, if something is found, we will address it.
And I guess another question, maybe again, it's another one that comes up with the traffic study. Where are the numbers on all of these traffic things, like the number of cars going through those intersections that everybody is telling you, you can't get through those junk handles back up onto Route 35 down the street at certain times. And if you dump all this other traffic into those, there's no place for it to go. Where are the numbers
That'll all become part of the application material when site plans are submitted for review by the board. Some of that information has already been provided to the department to review as they're reviewing this concept. And again, a lot of the design is anticipating complete reconstruction because of the conditions you're experiencing out there in order to repair and address those conditions.
when you come up with the numbers? Is that too late?
You know, in terms of the Route 35, we have traffic data that we've shared with the Department of Transportation that have been used to preliminarily evaluate the concept of these intersections. So we have an idea of how those work in terms of the detail at the individual driveways on site and, of course, from the existing communities. That hasn't been done.
That's not part of the site plan.
That's part of the site plan.
Okay, not too late to change all these things and fix it later.
Because this basically lays the foundation, the general framework of the development, the units, the general layout, the general circulation elements, but pure engineering design, elevations, sight lines, where you can put berms, sidewalks, and the details of that, all that needs to be progressed.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Sure.
I heard about 3+ residents bring up some good points about their concerns that Kings Lane won't get the action that, the traffic action, if you will, that Kings Highway East will. And just looking at the residential portion, you've got 350 residential units, and 70 of those are affordable. So you've got 280 market units. And looking on the plan here, that center road there that connects Kings Highway to Kings Lane, there shows 2 roads that bring you out of the residential complex onto that connector road. One of those functions, if I'm looking at this correctly, to serve only the 70 affordable units. So the bulk of the 280 market units have one egress, if you will, onto that connector road. Take your marker, go right on down to the next one. Yeah, okay. Right there is where, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the 280 market units will use that egress onto the connector road.
Correct.
I just wonder, just making a note of that, you have a real imbalance, if you will, between the market unit that had their own, almost their own little egress onto the connector road versus the, the affordable units almost have their own little connector road driveway. And then you have the market units, the bulk of it, that have all of that as one themselves. I just wonder.
No, there's
there
2,
you go.
for the market units, there's 2 points of access. There's the connection to Kings Highway East and the connection to the north-south connector.
Correct. My point, let me just say this a little better. For the market units, I see one connection to the connector road. I wonder if it would help out this situation. I know this is later on in the site plan, but I'm just noticing the numbers here. If it might be helpful to have a second egress somehow, some way, to siphon some of that market unit off towards Kings Lane by offering them up another egress onto the connector road. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I know we're not here,
Yes.
but they can valid points to make.
Yes.
So when you see when you just look at the numbers and break it down, it's kind of an aha moment. That's all, I'm just going to make a comment.
Well, the reality is, connector road is going to be used sparingly by the residents, and only based on where they are trying to get from.
Like we all.
It's north, exactly. If it's northbound, they're coming out on the Kings Line. I'm sorry, Kings Line. If it's southbound, they may go down to Kings Lane if they are living down near the that access point. Otherwise, they're coming down Kings Highway.
Now, what we can do is we can put a Starbucks up in here.
If you want,
But if there's just an easier way for the market units to travel within their area and get themselves to that connector road, that's all. Just another way to maybe think about that.
well, even the affordable units, they're coming down like that connector road, and if they had to north on 35, they make a right and then a left onto Kings Highway. So they're all going that way.
There's a lot of guessing what people will do, but we know that people will take the shortest way from A to B.
As we all.
If we all do that. Just wondering if there's another way to promote getting the market units out to the connector road.
And, just keep in mind that this is the biggest intersection in connection from 2 to 5, too. That's not, this is a smaller intersection, and a little more straight.
But if everybody's tall enough and using that area, something generally explain my need. Helpful.
John Rico, please.
Your name and business address. My name is John Reed, President of the National Building Development Board.
Who is he?
He has all the mic on. Okay, so, I'm John Reed. Did you spell your last name? Sorry.
So my name is John Rico.
Spell your last name, please.
ORRICO. I'm the president.
Bring back to the board that you told you the facility guys. You're the president of National Building.
Our entity is a contract entity on the commercial portion of the site. Before I start, let me hand these down. Thank you. So, there are a bunch of questions, and very good questions brought up by both the public and the board. So let me see if I can clarify some of the questions for you that were brought up. Let's put this back up first. Where is the I'm going to go to this side since I don't come up, so you can see.
Just for the record, we're looking at the land use plan as part of the submittal study.
So what we're here today, and I know there's some frustration that you keep hearing, we're going to come back for site plan. But we are. This is for a general development plan. The general development plan criteria was spelled out in the court's office. And the criteria is the entire site falls under the general development plan. And under that criteria, we have to meet certain tests for percentages of components to this general development plan. I'm reading that criteria with commercial, with residential, with multifamily, and with open space farmland. That's the general development plan. Whether the connector road goes this way, whether the commercial is here, whether the residential is here, really doesn't matter in the general development plan. It's the criteria that we're meeting in the general development plan. That's what we're here for today. Right? We will all be back for site plan with a lot more detail and a lot more information to answer a lot of the questions you have. But let me address some of the simpler questions for you. The connector road. The connector road, the way it's designed right now, is on the residential side of the property line when we go for a subdivision. It will be owned by the homeowners association. The commercial component will have an agreement with the homeowners association to join it in the maintenance of the road. Residential side will maintain the buffer on its side. Commercial side will maintain the buffer on its side of the property line. Right? But we have an agreement in place to take care of the maintenance on that road. If the homeowners association fails to maintain the property, our entity can step in and maintain the property. So that was one of the questions that was out there. Hopefully that answers what's happening with the connector road. Some of the other questions that we had were with respect to fire. Legitimate questions, good questions. When we come in for site plan, generally what happens is the fire department and the town review the plans, make sure we conform to all the criteria for fire. Obviously, in the commercial side, and I believe in residential, you can do fire suppression. At least on the commercial side, we're doing fire suppression. Right? There'll be a full loop system. There'll be access lines around the property, so you have clear access for any fire vehicles. It's part of the code. It's what we built. A little bit about us, so you understand us. We own 21 million square feet of retail property throughout the eastern United States. Family owned, privately owned. What we build, we own pretty much forever. So when we're in the community, we're in the community. We own the center in Homedale, Coles Plaza. We own Shrewsbury Shopping Plaza to the south of here. We built Shrewsbury Executive Center. We built Shrewsbury Business Park. We know Monmouth County. We've been here for a long time. All right? And when we develop this project, we're going to be here for a long time. So other questions that you had. Setback, we answered with the road. Circulation, let me get to this plan, because this will help you also get a feel for...
I'm sorry, you said setback, we answered with the road?
I'm sorry.
You said...
The setback with the road, since we're owning the road, there's not a setback issue. The question that came up, if the town owns it, there's a different setback criteria.
Correct.
Right? It's a road that will be used by the public, but it's a private road. Right? So it's on the residential side, setbacks will be as per the site plan. Does that make sense?
I just, as I said earlier, we're going to need to ensure this, so that there's not a future of...
That's why you have developers agreements. When we laid out the plan, again, it's just trying to get the council here, how many square feet of commercial is in here versus the number of residential units. We've heard testimony given as to what prior plans had here. There was, at one point, I think there was 600,000 square feet of commercial, 500 residential units. When we looked at it, and our residential partners looked at it, said, this really doesn't work. It's too much density. Let's pull this thing back a little bit. That's how we wound up with 400,000 square feet of commercial and 350 residential units. And as we've been looking at this, we'll get the site plan, and that site plan is going to have a lot more detail, and we're thinking about this more and more. And yes, there are some circulation questions that come up. And as we start rethinking the project, we start realizing that I have to bring a road from the residential to the jug handle here to promote more access coming through the center and being able to get the 35 and move setback. So as we're going to get the site plan, you'll see we're going to come in with maybe a different layout on the plan, thinking this through a little bit. I've heard your comments. I'm sure residential has heard your comments as well. They're going to be rethinking their plan too. So you can have another bite at the apple with this when you come back for site plan. And there'll be a lot more detail. So This is some other things that we're thinking about on the circulation. Moving some of the retail over, creating a road that goes down here to get to 35, but you can see the various points of access that we're trying to create from 35 for the commercial component to relieve some of the traffic congestion. Because as Carl said, you know, the success of the retail project is paramount to us. And if I can't move traffic in and out of the center and people don't feel comfortable coming through the center, they're going to find other alternatives, right? We want a successful project, so we think through the traffic part quite a bit.
We have to mark that as 8-3. That was part of the bound set that was previously handed to the board.
8-3?
8-3.
We got a lot more damage. Okay. So, the product that we're trying to create here, the best way to describe what we're doing on the commercial side is we're trying to create a Grove-type project here. You're all familiar with the Grove. I'm sure you've all shopped at the Grove. It's going to be a project that has a considerable amount of landscaping in it. Right? When we think of the type of retail that we have here, we're going for more of an upscale retail look. Moss Architects out of Neptune has done the design for us. And the designs I'm showing you are for this project. This isn't plans I took from another project. This isn't somebody else's plans. These are plans for this project. And what we're creating here is a sense of place. The best way to explain this is when you have friends come to visit you, this is where I want you to take them. Okay? It's going to be made up of boutique shops, national shops. We're going to have national restaurants. We're going to have boutique restaurants. Along the streetscape, these are 12-foot wide sidewalks so that we can have outdoor seating, so we can have places to dine outdoors, creating a very inviting atmosphere. As you can see, the design is varying facades. It's not the same monolithic facade going across the entire project. So we're breaking up the storefronts, different elevations, different textured materials, different type of look. So you have a sense of a town.
If we're gonna, I know we have
I
these.
know you have to get it to.
We have this chart marking, I'm sorry, I mean, to interrupt your flow, but if the one with, I don't know, what is that? Or mark it someplace, 8-4, is this an?
8-4?
Yeah. And that's in the set that you just gave to the board.
This is the set I just gave to the board. All right. Next one, A5.
Yes.
Again, as you move down into the project, you can see the different facade design. And then we'll go to A6. And just again, to give you everybody a feel for the outdoor seating, the landscaping that we're going to have here, this is the type of environment that we're creating here for this project. All right? Something that we'll be proud of as a developer, and you can be proud of it as a community. So that's the feel for what we're going for here. Right? Not the big box. This is always a concern. Yes, we do develop big box shopping centers. All right? You can go on our website, you can see what we do. Yes, we do them. That's not what we're looking to do here, because it's not what we feel is needed here. There's enough big box retail along 35 right? We want to create something unique and special here for Middletown. This is the direction we're moving.
So like concerned, are you going to ensure that there's no big box setup going in there?
Well, from a Walmart, I'm not okay to do that, but if you ask me if there's going to be a super Walmart here, I'll say there's no super Walmart here. As a matter of fact, I had to deal with the grocer, specialty grocery. It's going to be about 50,000 square feet. The liquor store that's there right now is going to be in a brand new facility, and he's going to be doing his liquor a lot differently, and he's going to have tasting night, and he's going to bring in specialty wines, and he's going to bring in people who can educate the public as to various types of wines. So, there won't be a grocer for that, it'll be special.
He's looking at the, underneath the site plan we put here.
Right here?
Yeah, drop that. The areas of retail. The far left, is that where you would have this grocery slash liquor store?
This is more where I think I'm going with this.
Oh, okay.
Grocery store here,
Down at the other end.
liquor store here. We're in conversations with a couple of different people here. I mean, if I had the perfect world, what I'd like to get in here is a specialty theater and dining. 35,000 square feet, 40,000, dinner and a movie.
And the rest of that is
And the rest of this is, you can see, this is only 75 feet deep. I think the question came up before size of stores. This is only 75 feet deep. This ranges between 90 to 110 feet. This is some of the deepest here at about 150 feet. But you can see it's being designed for small shops, specialty shops, to go in and around this part of the site. So as you come in, you have a key focal point right here, just that. I only come up for site plan, I'll bring in more details as to the landscape, including give you details as to what this entrance is going to look like here, what's going to be fenced, fence coming in here, very classy.
That drawing there that you're showing, that doesn't seem to be the same footprints as
No,
on
as I
the...
said, we're still evolving. That's why I say, under the general development plan, remember, it's a capsule of what we can build in total square footage. 400,000 square feet, residential 350 units, there's open space, there's multi-family, so that's the capsule. So this is sort of confusing because most of us are used to just going to site plan.
I think I understand. I'm just saying that the concept is evolving, and I think the board is concerned, the public would be concerned that it doesn't come back and be something completely different than this. So, because we're not locking you into that, we're a young
We're
process.
locking in a site plan.
Understood. I understand. I'm just saying that this could wind up being, a more standard, it could look like across the street. But maybe you don't want that, but I mean, it may be nothing to prevent you from doing it. It could look like a 1960s shopping plaza. It could, you're right. It could. I understand you're saying you don't want to do that.
You wouldn't let that happen, and we wouldn't.
Well, I guess what I'm really saying, and my concern out loud from a legal perspective would be, what control would we have?
As to,
If, for example, this looked like Coles Plaza, which it was built in 1980.
1988.
Yeah. And it didn't look like this, it looked like that, where my office building is across the street from the Acme Shrewsbury Plaza, and that's probably 1950s looking. How does the board know that that's what you're going to build? Because we're not locking you in. So, it works both ways.
But can we lock him in under the concept if he wants to do boutique stores? Can we get that look, that boutique look, lock in of a gold plate store?
Here's the look. I didn't go and spend as much money as we did on elevation designs, throwing in the garbage. This is the look of the center. This is what I believe, and our team believes, works in Middletown, is what Middletown deserves to have in its community. Right? Could I have come in with a big box type set? Yeah, it's not going to sell. It's just not going to sell. And it's not what the market needs here.
I guess what you're saying is the approval of the GDP is not necessarily an approval of what we're looking at right here. No, that's certainly wrong, is that approved verification after the GDP, and at some point, later that site plan, that's entirely different.
Okay, when I come back for site plan, our goal is to have more tenants that we can discuss with you and identify for you, and some more boxes. I have a lease today with the grocery store. I have a lease today with the liquor store.
The
challenges is not to create that, especially if you've got, I don't know, a hell of a long way of retail. And if I'm parked down here, I'm not walking to the other end.
Appreciate that we do a lot of retail, and we've thought this through, because part of this, and I don't want to get into site plan, but let me give you this. I need to disperse the traffic coming in here. So we have a lower road. I have this circulation road and these circulation roads to move the traffic through the center so that people can then move up into the respective lots. The problem with the Grove is we're driving everybody down one aisle, including the residential.
Right.
In the rear. All right? So we're looking to disperse that traffic. I mean, what'll wind up happening, why I flip the design a little bit too, is the grocery store generally has its own traffic. Right? So keeping that segregated over here, and then when people go grocery shopping, yeah, will they do some other retail shopping first? They won't do grocery shopping first. Right? Then they may go grocery shopping and then they're out. We're just going to the grocery store.
Then they go to the liquor store.
But to get to the,
And this, you know, I wanted to go to the
but to get to the clientele that you want, and to the people who will lease these stores, and if they do want, they're going to have a moderately higher end pricing. I think they want very attractive surroundings for their customers, and I think their customers will expect that, which the Grove does do in a lot of respects.
Grove does it extremely well.
Yeah.
When you go to the umbrella sitting outside the store, so if it's raining, you can go from store to store. And
We want to have it as a casual walk, not as a high pressure walk as you do have with the big stores. I've been working for Macy's for over 40 years, so I know what we're talking about.
My concern, and just want to make sure that it's going to be reflected someplace in any approval the board gave, is that everyone points to the Grove and says, this is going to be the next Grove, and many times they get the next Kohl's. Because you can sell the product. No one's disputing anything you're saying, but they want to, I think the board is saying this, if they like that, they want to make sure they get something like that and not something something across the street.
Retail boxes.
Yeah, no question about it.
And the big boxes have to what's happening with retail, without getting into the assessment section about what retail is today, but the boxes are gotten small. It's creating an environment, it's creating a sense of place, because what you're trying to do as a retailer today is it's the clicks of the place. In other words, yes, people are going to shop on the internet, to look on the internet, you want to get it to your store, you want to pick it up at your store because you find something else. Dave with Best Buy being 35,000 square feet, so it's doing 20,000 square feet stores. Kohl's, we mentioned. Kohl's box today is 65,000 square feet, we're at 85,000 square feet box. So the entire industry is evolving, and we're creating an environment that's evolving with the industry. So we see it and it's heading towards smaller specialty boutique stores. That's the Macy's. By the way, our partners in our firm, Hudson's Bay Company, which is Saks.
Look at today, Target is going to reduce a good portion of their stores. That works.
It may not be small for some people, it's so-called big box, but it's reducing its footprint.
Mr. Rico? Is there questions for Mr. Rico? That's all we have under action.
Anyone else from the board on retail?
One of the questions the public asked has to do with how long will this take? How long does it need for, after this, how long is it going to be for site plan estimate? Do you know which one's going to go first? Do you know how those come back?
Do I know which residential?
Yeah.
Well, let's start. Whoever goes first has to build a connector. Okay, that's the deal between the two parties. So whoever goes in first, this road goes up. The commercial side is subject to a lot more DOT review and restrictions. If I can get through the DOT, I'm ready to go. Residential's market driven. I'm not going to speak for them, they're here, they can speak for themselves, but they're market driven. Once I go in the ground, I go. Okay. Timeline here, this has to be phased. As Carl pointed out, this can be done without affecting Kings Highway. I can close this off, I can build all this and not open it up completely here. I'm going to have to be finished with the DOT before I can open store one. DOT will not let me open this project without having all the site work. It's that easy. And so this becomes a timing for us. And what we generally do is that we get on the road and do the highway work first, then get into the site. Because we don't want to be in a position of finishing the project and DOT hasn't signed off. If they don't sign off, I'm not open to it. And I have problems with my tenants. This road, we're in discussions with some of the property owners here along 35. Our goal is to connect them into the shopping center. It's part of the DOT criteria today. They want to see, when you build products like this, they want to see the parcels that are along the highway be able to have access and flow through your project here. So we're in discussion with them to provide access. If we can't get through, we'll have to modify the plan here. But the goal is to move them onto this road. So I need to complete this road connector. That's part of the issue. Then we can come in and do the project. My guess is beginning to end will probably be in here 14 months to 16 months. For the question about how do you control the construction, you have two very talented development groups here. Right? One's a public company or a private company, but everybody knows who we are. So we take a lot of care in how we develop our sites, wash down pads for all the trucks. Town's going to have restrictions on times as to when we can build and bring in certain equipment, and contain everything on our site and limit where we can access the site for construction. So we'll speak to where they're going to come into their site, when I just going to go connect the road. I'm probably going to come bring our team in off of Kings, because that's the best way to control from here. So I'll wait for this side.
You say timeline of 18 months, that's after DOT approval. From that point, the clock starts for you.
Once I have DOT approval. And obviously town permits.
Anyone else? Board? Public?
If you testify before, or you get up, give your name and address, please.
Thomas Ronick, 6 Oxford Lane, Middletown.
Please raise your right hand, swear testimony about to give the board the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. My question is, with so many shopping areas around here, many of them empty, do we really need one more? And also with Red Bank having high-end shopping stores, do we really need one more?
Our studies will show it's under retail for a certain type of retail. They do agree to have a fair amount of big boxes. We want 35 is not what we're looking to do. But they're under retail, there's a specialty high-end stores. This is one. Yeah. I have friends.
Could you use the mic, please? It's very hard to hear back here.
Gone dead or
I
something?
think we've gone dead, guy.
There should
I
be
haven't
no-
done anything with it. I have a loud voice anyway. So I have friends who live down here too. And they tell me what do. They go to Short Hills, they go to New York City. That's where they do their higher-end specialty shopping. We want to bring it to this area. We think there's a market for it. We believe there's a market for it. So.
But then you go to that the high-end store by 35 by Newman Springs Road, little pad. I think you own that. The Grove, yeah.
The Grove is well had.
Right, but we're not too far from here. Would you have enough traffic for both? Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else?
What's going to happen to the clown?
About 10 o'clock.
Just so you know, I'm half joking, but yeah.
I have 3 spots in my house, okay? So now you're asking what I'm gonna do with the house. First off, the Azolinas would love to keep it. Okay? I kind of like it, it's iconic. I mean, when I was told my wife that the site that we're looking to develop, she goes, I know that site because I used to go to my father's development, and we used to make the little kids the right-hand turn right after the clown.
So we're leaving the cloud.
I was going to move it over here by the Azulina store. Well, a lot of old, it's not working anymore. But we can make a deal.
Anyone else? No. Okay, that's it.
This is our last witness. Benito.
Matthew Markovich from Toll Brothers, M-A-R-K-O-V-I-C-H.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
Matthew Markovich, M-A-R-K-O-V-I-C-H.
Is there his right hand, sir, is that something that we're what we got?
I am.
Can you title with Toll Brothers, please?
I'm the Division Vice President with Toll Brothers. We are the contract purchasers on the residential portion of the property.
You have some elevations that you would like to share with the board and members of the public, is that?
Yes, so I'll put the mic down and I'll head over to the boards.
As you do that, in the original set that was handed to the board originally with one of the first witnesses, there were architectural renderings in the back of that set. Those are the documents that you're going to be showing to the board now.
That's correct.
So as we go through, we'll mark them, and we are up to, this will begin with, I think you lost track a little bit. Let me go back a second. We marked A6 on the architectural renderings, then I lost track. A6 was this one. Okay. Then we're up to A7 then. So just mark them as you go along, starting with A7.
So as the board heard in previous testimony, the residential component consists of 280 townhomes and 70 affordable housing units. This is Exhibit A7, and it's an elevation of homes very similar to the homes that we would propose in terms of the townhouses for the site. As you can see, architecturally, they have gables, varied window treatments, and various materials to break up the facade and to give the homes a visual appealing look. This is actually a design that we've used in our communities in Maryland and Virginia. And the homes feature master baths and kitchens and high-end designs that buyers typically expect, perhaps in single-family home communities, but we're able to offer that type of design in these townhouses as well. And they've been extremely successful for us. As far as the townhouses, that's it. What else would you like me to?
Do you have other renderings that you want to share with us?
Sure. This we'll call Exhibit A8.
A8.
As I mentioned, there will be a community clubhouse as part of the residential area, and this is the design that we're proposing for that. It's the same clubhouse that we have in our enclave of Shrewsbury community. And again, we've gotten a very positive reaction from the residents there in terms of the functionality and the look of the facility. And we think that it would be extremely popular in this location as well. And I'll call this one A9. The design for the affordable building is yet to be finalized. However, this is a design that we have prepared for one of our other projects that would be similar. And architecturally, it would be in keeping with the rest of the community, again, with design elements that make it visually appealing.
I note there's an exhibit tab on there. Is this built or is this, we just submitted, see on the lower left?
Yes.
There's a yellow sticker.
No, this has not been built yet. However, this design is prepared for one of our other applications as well.
You mind saying where?
Franklin Lakes.
That's all we have, Mr. Chairman, for this witness. Is there questions from the board of the public?
I have a question. With the clubhouse here, are you going to have a recreational center where you have a swimming pool, those amenities?
Yes, there will be an outdoor swimming pool.
I have a housekeeping issue. I mean, we got the binder full of all these different exhibits, but a number of them weren't used. So you don't have to. I'm just saying that so the other color renderings that are here were not.
I'm happy to tell you what they are.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that they weren't used. So just noting for the record that only a few of them were used, not all of them, but the whole package before the board. This happened the last time. So not with you guys, but the last application.
We're here now. If there are questions regarding the attachments, Mr. Gordon, we'd be happy to.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that these things were given to the board and not discussed, not marked.
Yeah,
I'm just making a comment that the board has them, and if you're not gonna mark them, that's fine. But just, the board then is gonna ignore the other pictures.
These are just general concepts of the interiors, right?
Yeah.
That's not ignoring them.
No, we're ignoring it.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions about the affordable will not have garages?
That's correct.
Any cellars on any of these, or just 2 stories? I see a 3rd story with the dormer, that's storage.
On the townhouses, let me pull that board up again. They don't have basements, but they're really 3 stories, and then the dormers above. The garage level down here, typically with 1 room in the back, and then the main living level here, and the bedroom level up there.
So the gables, that's strictly design look, is the dormers on the top.
Right, there is a loft option
Oh, okay.
that's available on some of these, but that option is built within the roof line, so it wouldn't be visible from the exterior.
I understand.
May I ask, if the commercial receives site plan approval first, would Toll Brothers have an objection as to deed restricting the farmland? And then my subset question is that going to be a subdivision or is that going to be owned by the owners association?
The farm,
Yeah.
the farm is going to be subdivided out.
It's going to be subdivided off with a separate owner? But are you going to be the contract purchaser first?
No, we are not the contract purchaser for that. I believe you're talking about this area up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're the contract purchaser for this area, and the farm is to be retained by the seller or sold to someone else.
It's merely part of this plan, this overall plan, but it's not a total piece, what you're saying.
Right. Does that answer your question?
So there are really three ends. There's three ends: Toll, National Realty, and the current owners.
It's currently all owned by one owner. They have a contract with National for the commercial component. They have a contract with Toll Brothers for the residential, and there's a portion that, as far as I know, is not under contract with anyone.
Just to clarify, you come in for the subdivision to create phases 1 and 2, and you can do the subdivisions at the same time to create the farm lot. It's all be one subdivision application, so you can essentially create 3 lots. Because at the time of the subdivision, you would just then propose a condition that lot be deed restricted to the farm, or open space.
Open space for the farm.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Yeah. That's why it makes sense to do the 3 lots at once rather than doing 2 and then come back to another subdivision. It's not going to be a major subdivision, I think we did that, so we better do those 3, all the time. Did a re-subdivision, and then we go do some subdivision.
And I didn't ask Mr. Rico when he was up, but if the residential goes first, and you alluded to the I'm sorry.
You have questions still for comments. Did you ask?
I don't have a question, I'm saying.
No, I didn't. But he obtained.
No, I just cannot speak for the owner, the fee owner of the property. I cannot speak to the fee owner as to that deed restriction, of course. So you're referring to a potential deed restriction to the farm piece.
But it's more special, it's not a choice, it's the
But
ordinance.
I want to make that clear, that I'm not opining in that.
There's a house on the property, so it's a house with a big farm on it. That's the reasonable condition for proposed that be used.
That's what I was thinking.
And then the other issue is, Mr. Rico was up here, and they're going to buy the front piece, and you alluded to the fact in your testimony that that road may be moved a little bit so that there's better access from that jug back through your site. I guess the general question would be, if the board, when reviewing the residential, said, gee, they have to improve some of the roads on your property, do you have the contractual agreements worked out for that? Would that be something generally acceptable? I mean, and again, we don't know how you're proposing to go forward, but if the board were to say to Toll when they came in, gee, we want these improvements done, and Toll Brothers says we don't have any control, how do we deal with that? I mean, do we deal with that when the property is subdivided? Do we deal with that as part of this GPP?
I don't think it's done in the GDP phase at all. I think it's like, if that's the site plan and developers agreement phase, and that would typically be done.
Well, I think that we're going to have to entertain the developer's agreement. Simply because it seems as if the GDP is not going to be able to address that to the board's satisfaction, and the only way to address it as a whole entity to protect each one of the components is to do it through a potential developer's agreement. It's the only thing that ties everybody together.
Right, and right now, we wouldn't have to necessarily tie them together because there's one owner. So that agreement could be signed by the owner, you know, before anything else happens. And that way, we're not looking at pieces. As I'm saying it tonight, that's what's causing me some concern.
And it would be after this proceeding, after this approval, to the extent this is approved, it would not be a condition of this approval, it would be pursuant to a development agreement or site plan.
No, I think that, I think the condition, as Mr. Severino just said, right? I mean, that would be your.
This is not a separate, and I'm sure our planner can comment on that and those procedures with regard to a vote for this GDP at the same time a developer's agreement review with the governing body.
At the time that we get into site plan, at the time we go into site plan, you'll at least want a statement from Toll and National Realty that there's a reciprocal easement in place, which shouldn't be able to be modified. They have a continuous agreement in place as to providing access to and through the properties. That would address some of the concern. Right? And there'll be a development agreement that you'll probably, I don't want to get the site plan here, that you'll have a development agreement to bind both parties on the reciprocal components of the developments.
I'm thinking something simple. One owner owns the property. That owner can sign a development agreement and says, hey, if the board reasonably requires some improvements on the front piece to service the back residential piece, that will happen. And vice versa. I mean,
well, there's probably someone might be concerned about encumbrances that you're looking to place upon the property. I mean, I need to understand what they are. We already have reciprocal easements for utilities. Right? And utilities are going from residential through the commercial component and then out, whether they be sewer that we bring into from the residential site into the commercial site and out, or other utilities.
but, you know, let's give you an example. You said before you were going to look at redesigning the jug handle at Woodland Drive.
Well, looking at reconfiguring where the buildings are to create better access from to connect the road down to Woodland Drive.
Exactly. Right. And that would be to connect back to the residential portion as well.
Yes.
Right. So if the residential portion came before the board, and the board said, hey, sounds like a really good idea, let's have a direct access to where the intersection of Woodland Drive is, how would the board reasonably require that? It's something you're even thinking of as a developer. So I'm saying,
because it makes sense.
well, okay.
I look at plans and I say, well, this makes sense.
Right, so how do we deal with it as a whole when it's split up into parts? I think the way we do it, just from thinking tonight, the comments that Mr. Mercatante has said, Mr. Severino has said, I think GDP requires, I think a developer's agreement as a condition of this approval makes the most sense. It seems to me,
It can't happen after this.
Why can't it happen after this? At the site plan stage, why can't that happen? Maybe on this side.
Because there will be components that will be discussed as a whole that don't necessarily need to be discussed or agreed to as a condition of the GDP or a vote of this board at this particular time without a developer's agreement in place addressing the whole.
That would not preclude this board from doing that site plan stage. I've done it hundreds of times in other towns, so I...
Well, let me.
So I might think it's...
No,
the authority is there, I think.
I'm with you. Well, it's not about authority. It's about comfort. It's about a comfort level. And I think our attorney has stressed that certainly we want to make certain, and I as an individual board member and a member of the governing body want to make certain that there's a comfort level on behalf of the board and the township committee here that it is addressed as a whole entity first, so that certain components are not done later and other phases are done prior to those components coming into place. Now, there's been testimony here tonight that we haven't heard the ability of anyone here to commit to the board. Certain things are going to be done with earlier or later phases, and we get that, we understand that. So the only way to address that, and it's not about jurisdictional items, the only way to address that is to do these things at the same time, right?
I don't want to complicate it, but there's a compromise. I think as long as we do that before it's subdivided, we're okay. Once it's subdivided, I can see that it just gets too complicated. Right? People are going to start saying, I can't control that.
I was going to suggest, I mean, maybe the way to address it would be, as a condition of the general development plan, that in conjunction with the subdivision application, a developer's agreement with regard to access, cross-access between the two sites would have to be in place in conjunction with filing the subdivision application. Then, it would have to then be a further developer's agreement or expanded developer's agreement in conjunction with the first site plan application made, not the second, but the first one. And that would then deal with any other issues like off-site improvements and when those would, scheduling those. That, I think, would be, you'd have to do it in 2 steps. Because if you did the whole developer's agreement just with the subdivision, you'd definitely end up changing it by the time you got the site plan. Because some things would change.
Absolutely agree.
So I'm saying, like, do 2 steps. One, the first developer's agreement filed with the subdivision application would only address interconnection issues and cross-access easement issues. With the site plan application, you have an expansion of that developer's agreement to cover all improvements, including off-site improvements.
We would agree. That would be typical in my view, and that would give the board and the town additional comfort.
Would a traffic study plan be done before that, though, and on the initial?
That would be done with the first site plan.
With the first site plan, you have the traffic.
Yeah. You can make that a condition.
Make that as a condition for both parties.
Yeah.
But the traffic study would need to take into consideration the entire development.
Yeah, right. That's why it goes to the first phase, and
Yeah.
take into account the second phase.
I think that's fair.
You would still have one agreement with the continuation of that agreement as we get.
I think that's the way you do it. Yeah. It's a little awkward, but probably what you would do.
Yeah.
So we're coming up with GDP itself, or with site plans, division, if you will. Exact words slipped my mind here. That's what we're going to have, this agreement you just discussed.
That's what I'm suggesting is a way to deal with the application, the issue in stages.
Subdivision.
Because what Mr. Borman's point was perfect. If the residential portion goes forward, we want that configuration going through the commercial property to be the way it was shown on that alternate plan. You have to be sure that they would agree to it. So you have to have that in place in conjunction with the subdivision. Because that would lock that in. Then you expand that development agreement later on in the site plan application, whichever one goes first.
So the question becomes, Mr. Gorman, is the developer's agreement advanced to the first phase point, as Mr. Mercantante mentioned, before any action by this board on this GDP, so that we're satisfied on both levels?
I think so. Yeah, I think if this had a condition in it saying that there would be a developer's agreement at subdivision and another developer's agreement on the first approval, and perhaps even, not foreclosing another one after that. Amendments as required. Nobody wants to, we'll trust each other to an extent, but if every, an idea of work.
The first developer's agreement would be as to cross-access, the basics. The first one, the basics, the second one, perhaps, would be additional detail, which will
They'd be the issues relative to the subdivision. You're dividing the property, but here's how we're going to access each property from one to the other.
I think that makes sense. That's reasonable.
I'd also say that on the subdivision, that something has to be done with preserving that farmland in perpetuity. That beyond just circulation issues, there's probably other things that would have to be there. But in general, I think, I understand.
Assume we're done with it.
Other questions? Yeah, questions.
We're waiting for me.
It's nice to stretch out.
Before we get off, do you have a question for him?
No, I just have a concern. I am.
Well, first of all, we have to get you on the record, we have to get your name.
Edward E. Bennett III.
Sir, listen, please.
Edward E. Bennett III.
Can you spell it?
It's B-E-N-N-E-T-T.
Okay.
I'm at 30, I reside, I have my property in 32 Kings Lane. It's just,
Clara, raise your right hand. Swear testimony about the meeting board. Truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
just a concern, next to me, 32 Kings Lane, I'm confused on what that property will be. Is it just going to be deeded to be farmland? Or is he going to be able to develop that?
Is your property the cutout?
Yes, it's this one.
Be limited to farmland or open space, like so that they have two uses. And the existing house is to help.
So I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was making farm, I think you would have to provide.
Right.
You sort of recognize that it could revert to open space.
He's going to be limited.
He can't develop. It can't be developed. Cannot be developed.
That's right.
So that's your concern.
Yes. Thank you very much.
And where are we going to lock that in?
And we have to do it in the first phase here, in this, we have to lock
I
it
didn't
in.
see agree.
Well, the GDP requires it. It's already required that that be an open space for farmland.
Right.
He has no choice but to do that.
We should, if we pass it tonight, we have to put that in.
You're basing it upon the plan that was submitted, which was to make that use.
But I think that we don't need that easement until something else happens.
Right, exactly.
And they don't have to use that portion in the same size.
They can move it around, they can change the configuration, it's up to them.
Right, if some of the people who raised the issue about how about putting more units closer to Gaines Lane as opposed to over there, then some of that farmland open space might move around. Whether they can do that with wetlands, it's another issue. But theoretically, if that were to happen, that open space configuration could change a little bit. So we don't need to lock it in until we do subdivision.
Any more questions? For the residential? Yes, sir.
Gary Mahut, Gary's Drive. We're backing up on this, and you're transitioning from single-story and two-story homes to four-story things, all along that line, I presume. What are we seeing from our back porch and what have you?
Right? So you're up here someplace.
Yes.
Okay. So you would definitely see the rear of these homes, the rear of the townhouses. There is a landscape buffer that's required by ordinance around the perimeter of the site. So there would be a landscape buffer in between the homes on Carriage Drive and the new proposed townhouses.
You're going to put in 40-foot trees?
No, you'll see the homes. But, you know, the buffer will definitely help to buffer this area. And then beyond the buffer, you'll see the homes.
What is the distance?
The distance from the back of these homes to the line, it hasn't been finalized yet. I mean, there are setbacks that are required. You know, that's certainly something that will have to be addressed.
Approximately?
Actually, there is a table there. Looks like it's 75 feet.
And what type of barrier would you put in?
A landscape buffer, so it would be a bermed, a mounded area of earth with a variety of different types of trees and shrubs on top of it.
You have elevation looks of the front of the townhouse. What's the back look like?
The back would be, you know, similar in terms of size. Let's see, where's the board? So as you can see, It's a pitched roof, so the roof would slope back down on the backside, and then you would have a 3-story rear elevation.
Is that,
Without the garage.
No garage.
sorry?
The garage is on the front, so there wouldn't be any garage in the rear.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a garage in the rear, but the elevation is there.
Yes.
Is that 4 stories, is that permitted in this area? And with that type of transition between type of residential area that we have, that's along that area, and transitioning into this?
It is permitted in this zone. Yes, actually, the zone would allow taller homes than what we proposed here.
My name is Ray Hateman. I live at 10 Heather Lane, but my daughter is a next-door neighbor of Mr. Mahood's. I have one more question for you.
Sure.
How tall is that building?
It's about 35 feet.
35 feet.
You don't have to swear your in, because all you did was ask the question, so.
Anyone else? Is that a raised hand back there? No. No, okay. You just bid and bought it. All right. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else?
That is all we have, Mr. Chairman.
Comments? Thoughts, comments, questions? Is there anyone else? Whoever the public would like to make a comment?
Hi, my name is John Wolf. I just had a question. I realize that the policy is that the public only needs to be informed 48 hours before. I think this is a big project, and I only knew it was going to be tonight because some folks were over on Heritage forwarded me a letter they received. I live farther up at Kings Highway East, wasn't informed. Is there a way we can kind of put this on our website? The town has an extensive website, and the planning's in there. A lot of the agendas of the older meetings. We get blast emails. This is a big project. Is there a way we can get a link and maybe see that so the town can see the site plans in advance? In other words, instead of going down to town hall, it sounds a little bit out of the way, and it kind of lacks transparency a little bit. And I don't mean anyone's trying to hide anything, but I feel like that people in the town didn't even know the meeting was tonight. I think a lot of people are going to be concerned, especially the way this is going to be put together. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just feel like we can do a lot better with all of the data and technology the town's put out there. And we have all these emails about things going on, of course, in Park.
Let me tell you the problem. The problem is that the notice requirements, the procedures for the municipal land use law have been in place for 40 years. And it says, back in the old days, there were public notices in newspapers and that meant something. And it may not mean what it means now, but it meant then. The problem with doing more is that we're not required to, but then we're going to get it wrong. If the planning board said we're going to put all this stuff on our website and then doesn't do it, then now we create an expectation that isn't met. So all I can suggest is that there have been thoughts within the last decade about requiring, instead of public notices, things being posted on internet sites. I would assume at this point in time, most municipalities have their own. That's not true 5 years ago. Some didn't. Some don't have the capabilities of doing it. There has been movement in the legislature to require notice by internet, posting it, but that hasn't happened yet. And we're going to be damned if we do and damned if we don't. We put something up or try. It's an undertaking that we may not meet all the time.
and then we're going to be criticized for not doing it.
But I can tell you, I can clarify though, the notices have to go out 10 days prior to their 48 hours. And also, we put agendas a good 2 weeks ahead of time on our website.
This agenda, but I didn't see it till this week. I mean, I looked on probably, I think it was like Monday, it wasn't there.
I think the agenda was posted on the
Was it
website.
under the planning? Yeah, I think, I would make a mistake. Right. I would say this though, I would say that if you talk to people in town, I don't think anyone really feels that there's enough transparency. So at least an effort to put that together would be appreciated. And I'm not being overly criticizing, but another town says we can't do this, land use laws, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, there's a real belief that there's a transparency issue. So when that happens, then you become a little bit more.
No, you know what, though, it's not land use blah, 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 all right? I mean, we've got to comply with the law. It's not blah, blah, blah. The law's the law.
No, what I mean is though, you can still disclose the plans that are approved, you can put stuff on the website to a certain degree. I mean, this is a big project, it's not.
You can too. You're a citizen just like we are on the board, so the
Okay, I understand.
notice requirement's been met.
That's my only question. I just want to make sure that, like I said, it's not trying to be about criticism. It's about people in the town fully believe that there's a transparency issue, and I think that
Who?
the town can be more.
You said people in the town, who do you speak for?
Your point is well.
But that's not, I mean, talk to your neighbors. And I'm just asking, if you could just think about it, I appreciate it. I'm not trying to say that people are hiding things, but.
You know what, the day is going to come fairly soon where instead of putting notices in newspapers, all these things are going to be posted on municipal websites. And
we have a big one right now. We have
the day will come soon.
Right, I think it's commentary that you can't really find it on there, or there isn't a place that you.
Right, but here's the problem.
Easy, and I know some things are old, so I can appreciate what you're saying.
Right, and the town is talking about, sense of community, all that stuff, and like I said, that's great, but things like this are more important than some of the things we get in the email blasts. That's just.
I mean, I understand. The law says that the certified mails have to be deposited at the post office 10 days prior to the hearing. It doesn't mean you can get them 10 days before. You can get them 4 days before because, you might not sign for it, you might have holidays, it could be this, it could be that. But that's what we have to comply with that. When we deviate from what we have to do things optional, we're going to mess up. That's, I think, they're all well-intentioned ideas of posting things. But then we're going to wind up saying, the planning board agreed to do more than required, but then we didn't do that in this particular instance. And it's hard. I mean, there's zero busy downstairs to post everything, to get scanned in everything. It's hard. The agendas are posted. No one's trying to keep this hidden or non-transparent. I understand. You've got. Sure.
The technology works for somebody like possibly yourself who understands it. It doesn't work for lots of other residents.
If the school system is having kids using iPads, right? I mean, that
kids,
but when they are 21, yes, we will have
I
that.
appreciate it, but the town is not. I mean, it's a very sophisticated town, right? We do have computers and.
Not that sophisticated.
I'm going to cut this off because this has nothing to do with.
Well, I'm asking if there could be a link to the site plans because there are a lot of concerns about it.
No, that's a different issue. Not that you can't provide a link to their site plan.
That's not what I asked. I asked the town when they receive information, like for example, whatever you just received now, the town, if it could be put on the website, that's what I was asking.
No, it can't.
Okay.
No, it can't. Okay. Anyone else? All right. We need a motion here. There's going to be no small feat here, considering the things that we've discussed, including, it's almost like I asked Tony to make the motion about everything that we discussed with the
John?
But there's one thing I want to make sure we have within any motion here is the two parts to this is I want it clearly stated within the motion that we have agreed to with this GUP, since there is no site plan approvals or anything else here, and we haven't seen the site plan four approvals, is the residential is a maximum of 350. If it doesn't fit, we're not guaranteed that it fits. And the retail is at 400,000 square feet as the maximum. That's not an approval for 400,000 square feet. Your site plan has got to prove that it works, okay? And it's the same as what I'm saying on the residential side. Okay? I still believe we need, and I'll defer to Jim, I still believe we need to determine unequivocally the ownership of this road because the setbacks for, or two different set of rules on setbacks for a privately owned road versus a township owned road.
Yeah. So if that was the desire of the board, that would still be an issue to be decided later. Is that subdivision or subsequent approval? Is that right? I mean, we're not deciding that tonight.
No. If that's for me, I'm like this. Okay. Carl, you would want to add on to this?
The main thing I wanted to add on is that an agreement in the first phase with the traffic studies for the roads, that's all being done in the first phase. You know, before acceptance. I'll make a motion to approve Village 35, Middletown Planning Board number 2014-216 with the following amendments that conditions that the retail area fills up to the 400-foot maximum and not more, and the residential fills out to the 350 units maximum and not more. And some add-ons for John.
You know, I mean, I just looking at my notes very quickly, and I'm probably going to not get them all. Title 39 enforcement was brought up as a condition. Where's the developer's agreement as a condition? Developer's agreement as a condition of subdivision.
Developer's agreement as a condition of subdivision.
There was a statement saying there wasn't going to be any big box.
I don't know how to exactly define that, but it's going to have to say that in some more technical terms rather than no big box.
I would say boutique, gold plate stores, specialty stores.
That's going to be part of it.
You're right. There's no
Maybe
definition for that.
you could refer to concept plans and say that the final site plan has to be substantially
Substantially conformance with
the site plans presented.
Site plans and photos presented.
I mean, those are just copy of, so.
Title 39 on that place, that would be a site plan, I believe. I don't think it would be, well, just as well placed in this proceeding.
Second.
Need a second.
All right, I'll second. Roll call.
Mrs. Carroll? Yes. Please go.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Was there anyone else for the public? If not, motion to close the public portion.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. So moved. Okay, roll call.
Mrs. Carroll? Yes. Mr. Davis?
It's not clear to me exactly what the wording is of this resolution.
It's not clear to me. But I have to write it.
I'm not sure what I'm voting on.
Well, I think that the general conditions and terms were discussed as best we can without having the exact words. Those exact words will be in the resolution. We'll distribute it. Everyone can look at it prior to adoption by the board. I'm not exactly sure which, if there's something that needs to be spelled out further, now would be the time.
Well, okay, I am in favor of the plan. I in favor of the discussion that occurred here. I just would like to see a little better wording of what we're actually voting on, but I'm voting yes.
Mr. Days?
Yes.
Mr. Cardell?
Yes.
Mr. Ostrander?
Yes.
Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Mr. Sedorino?
Yes.
Mrs. Shevitz?
Yes.
Mr. Will?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you to your professionals as well. Appreciate it.